Okay, so we're now recording. So it is Wednesday, 23rd of September 2020. I'd like to welcome all councillors, officers and members of the public viewing on YouTube to this virtual meeting of the Planning Committee. My name is Councillor Matt McCabe and I'm the chair of the committee, and I will now call out the names of the other members of the committee who will be making the decisions today and ask them to confirm that they are present. So councillors, first of all, Vic Clark.
Present.
Sue Craig.
Present.
Sally Davis.
Present.
Lucy Hodge.
Present.
Duncan Hounsell.
Present.
Sean Hughes.
Present.
Eleanor Jackson.
Present.
Al McPhee.
Present.
And Amanda Rigby.
Present.
Also present should be our legal advisor, Simon Barnes.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. Our planning development management team manager, Richard Stott.
Present.
And a democratic services officer, Marie Todd.
Present.
The planning case officers are also in attendance to present their reports and answer questions, along with our highways officer, Darren Cox. The meeting is being held under the local authorities and police and crime panels coronavirus regulations 2020. The council has agreed a protocol to cover virtual meetings, and this meeting will operate in line with that protocol. The meeting has the same status and validity as a meeting held in the Guildhall. Can I remind everyone to keep background noise to a minimum and only to speak one person at a time and not to speak over others. Please mute your microphones when not speaking and then unmute them when I invite you to speak. Please indicate if you wish to speak by using the chat function on Zoom by typing MIS, may I speak, and I will call you in turn. And just a reminder for other participants that the chat function is for councillors and officers only. If a member of the committee has to leave the meeting, then please draw my attention to that by using the chat facility. If you subsequently return to the meeting, please also draw my attention to this in the same way. Members should inform me if they lose connection and miss any part of the meeting, as this may result in them not being able to vote on an item that they did not hear in full. When the committee is ready to take a vote, I will read out each member's name. Members should then clearly state for, against, or abstain. Please note that on our agenda today, the Cleveland Bridge application has been withdrawn, as has the application for Parish House, Timsbury. So I can ask the Democratic Services Officer to give any details of apologies for absence or substitutions. I'm not sure there are any, are there, Marie?
There are no apologies for absence, Chair.
Thank you very much. Are there any declarations of interest as the agenda now stands? Don't think so, no. There is no urgent business, so we have items to the public, and the Democratic Services Officer will now inform you of the public speaking procedure. Thank you.
Thank you. Members of the public and parish councillors have registered to speak about individual planning applications under items 6 and 6A on the agenda. Ward councillors not on the committee have also indicated that they wish to speak about applications. Speakers will be called to speak immediately after the case officer has made their presentation about the application. The order of speakers and time allowed for speaking will be as follows. Parish Town Council representatives will speak first and will be allowed 3 minutes in total. If there is more than one parish or town council representative, they will be required to share this time. Objectors to an application will be allowed 3 minutes in total. Supporters of an application will be allowed 3 minutes in total. If there is more than one objector or supporter of an application, they must share the 3 minutes allowed to each side. Ward councillors not on the committee who have indicated that they wish to speak may do so for a maximum of 5 minutes. The chair has allowed 10 minutes for the Mineral Hospital application, 10 minutes to each side for this meeting. I'll time the speeches and inform the chair using the chat function when the time is up. The chair will then ask speakers to immediately conclude their remarks. After making their statements, speakers will remain in the meeting so that they can observe the debate. However, they have no further right to speak and should mute their microphone and switch off their video. They should also not use the chat function. Once their item has finished, speakers will be removed from Zoom and they may view the rest of the meeting on YouTube if they wish.
Thank you. The minutes of the 26th of August meeting were circulated. Were there any issues, or may I sign these as a correct record? Just take a, if I can, take a proposer and a seconder.
Happy to propose a correct record, Councillor McCabe.
Thank you very much, Councillor Rigby. Can I take a seconder? Sorry, was that?
Happy to second, Councillor.
Okay, thank you. No objections, so I will sign those at some point in the future when we're allowed to engage physically with each other. So we move on to the main plans list. I have a short statement to read out before we begin. For the benefit of the public who are joining us today, I'd like to update you about the site visits which we undertook this month. Normally, when we have decided to visit a site, the members of the committee would physically visit it. However, on this occasion, that has not been possible due to the current situation with COVID-19 and the need to maintain the safety of members, officers, and the members of the public we might interact with. So since lockdown began in March, the committee have instead undertaken virtual site visits in which we have viewed films of the site prepared by our officers following our requests of what we'd like to see. We also have the benefit of photographs, drawings, and our own local knowledge. The committee may still express its desire for a physical visit, but officers must be able to deliver that visit safely. So I'd like to reassure the public that even though we were not able to physically visit the two sites requested at the last meeting, a lot of time and effort has gone into ensuring that we have viewed the sites as thoroughly as possible and that we are fully prepared to decide on applications today. Thank you. So the first item on the agenda, items 1 and 2, the planning application, historic buildings application for the Royal National Hospital for Rheumatic Diseases, sorry, Upper Borough Walls, Bath, or the MIN, which is obviously easier to say. So can I invite the case officer, Tessa Hamden, to present her report? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So this application relates to the former Mineral Hospital located on Upper Borough Walls in Bath. As members will be aware, this application was deferred from last committee to allow for a site visit. There's a planning application and listed building application, and I will deal with the applications together in this presentation. There are separate committee reports for each application. The descriptions for these applications are very long and they can be seen in full in the committee report. There's shortened versions on this slide. The applications relate to the change of use of the former hospital to hotel to include publicly accessible restaurant, cafe, health spa, and meeting rooms. There are a number of internal alterations, including changes to layout to facilitate this change of use. There are a number of external alterations, the most significant being the 3.5-storey extension to the west wing. The development also comprises alterations, including roof alterations and replacement infill extensions, as well as other external alterations. So this is the site location plan with the application site edged in red. The building is a Grade 2 style listed building formerly occupied by the Mineral Hospital, which completed its relocation to the RUH site at the end of last year. The site is within the City of Bath Conservation Area and World Heritage Sites. The garden and car park area to the rear forms part of the scheduled ancient monument. The east and west wing of the hospital is dissected by Parsonage Lane with an arched walkway linking the two. Bridewell Lane runs to the west. To the south are several residential properties, including their garden areas. As well as the main building, there are several listed buildings nearby. The block plan and the photographs show the building in context with the surrounding built form and features, including the 4 trees within the site. There's a lodge building within the southeast corner of the site. The lodge currently houses one of the mosaics, which will be moved to allow it to be public accessible. The other mosaic is in the west wing basement. To the rear of the west wing is located the garden and car park area. So before I move on to the elevations, just a quick reminder of the main facades of the Mineral Hospital. The first photograph is taken near the corner of Union Street and Upper Borough Walls, looking at the east wing with the west wing in the background. The second is a bird's eye view of primarily the rear of the west wing and the garden and car park area in the foreground. This photograph also shows the modern roof extension and turret style extension to the rear, both of which will be replaced as part of the application. So there are a significant amount of plans that have accompanied this application, and I'll just run through the most pertinent ones. So these are the existing elevations. The top of elevation is the west elevation of the main west wing, as well as the lodge that face onto Bridewell Lane. From here, you can see through to the garden area. This elevation also shows unfortunate additions, including the plant on the roof of the main building. The bottom elevation is the main frontage of the building that faces onto Upper Borough Walls. You can see the east wing links the west wing by the walked archway. So this is the existing south elevation of the west wing. This faces onto the car park and garden area to the rear and is the elevation most visible to the neighbouring occupiers to the rear. The ground floor contains the chapel, and these elevations show the apse, as does the existing east elevation of the west wing below. The apse faces onto Parsonage Lane. The existing car park is marked on this plan and is currently accessed via Parsonage Lane. So these are the existing west elevation of the east wing facing onto Parsonage Lane. And finally, the east elevation of the east wing, which faces onto Union Street. So looking inside the building, there have been a number of alterations over recent years as the building's adapted to its modern hospital use. As explained in the report, the open ward is the key feature of the building. This photograph shows a room historically used as a ward and its most recent use as an office. So this slide shows more open walls, and although there are limited historic features, they remain as their historic function. So the next set of slides shows the floor plans and the proposed demolition within the building. It's quite difficult to see, but the thick red line indicates removal of significant fabric, and the cross lines indicate the removal of significant floor. The loss of significant fabric is relatively limited, with much of the demolition and removal of fabric relating to new additions. The removal of original floor is necessary for the installation of a lift. So this is the first floor and mezzanine. You can see the turret staircase element is to be demolished, but as stated before, this is a modern addition. This is the second and third floor, which shows further demolition. And this is the roof, which shows the plants and modern additions to be removed and replaced. So these slides show the proposed elevations. This is the proposed West Street elevation facing Bridewell Lane. It shows a new roof extension on the west wing following removal of the modern roof. This is clad in zinc with windows to align with historic openings below. The new 3.5-storey extension is linked to the main west wing by a light wing conservatory structure. This opens out onto a private garden area. The extension is built on Bath stone, double height, split face stone panels and a zinc roof. A large tree is planted behind the lodge building. The bottom elevation is the north elevation facing Upper Borough Walls. The east wing shows the plant on roof and the lift shaft removed. The louvers replaced to windows to facilitate rooms in the basement. The frontage of the east wing door opened up. So this is the north elevation of the bedroom extension viewed from inside the conservatory structure. So the north elevation will be an internal wall. This again sits next to the retained garden in the lodge building. The bottom elevation is the east elevation facing Parsonage Lane. This will form the access to the restaurant from within the glazed link. The upper part of the bedroom is set back from Parsonage Lane to ensure that the setting of the chapel apse is not harmed, as this forms a key view when approaching from Upper Borough Walls. So this elevation faces towards the neighbouring dwellings, and I'll go through this in more detail on a later slide. The boundary wall and gable end of the neighbouring building are shown in silhouettes. The design incorporates privacy louvres and a frosted glass. This is the proposed west and east elevation of the east wing. So this gives a bit more information on the details and materials of the elevations. So the materials include ashlar bar stone with recessed split face bar stone, zinc panels, adding articulation to the facades. This image also shows materials, examples of the materials to be used. So this plan shows the current high parking restrictions. Currently there's an ambulance bay marked on the top plan, and that's marked in orange, which is outside the front of the site, with disabled hold spaces and solid green either side, and loading bays in hatch green in the top picture. The proposal is to change the ambulance bay to a loading 1 hour bay and relocate the disabled bays alongside one another. This will be subject to a traffic regulation order. So the next few slides look at the issue of residential amenity. This slide shows the existing buildings edged in red with the proposed building behind and the Mineral Hospital behind that. So this is the view effectively from the neighbouring properties behind. The photograph is a view looking from the first floor of the east wing across the car park towards the neighbouring properties. So this southwest elevation details measures to include to design out overlooking neighbouring properties. So the windows on this elevation are limited and either include louvres to angle views away from the neighbours or will be securely glazed below eye height. So this is an overlooking diagram which provides distances between the building and neighbouring buildings. It's about 2 meters. The end of the extension is about 2 meters from the end of the boundary wall at this maximum point, and about 17.5 meters to the end of the residential dwelling. So these are some photographs from the neighbouring site. Members will have seen some photographs within the virtual video that we provided, but these are some photographs taken. The first one is from the neighbouring courtyard, looking across towards Saw Close across the car park. The bottom photograph, or the photograph to the right, is from the very corner point of the courtyard outside the window of the property and against the boundary wall. So the extension will be set behind this wall. So here, these are further photographs. So this photograph is taken looking across towards Saw Close with the extension to the right, and the bottom photograph is taken looking straight across the hospital, across the car park and garden area towards the existing hospital building. This photograph to the top is taken from the neighbouring living room window, taken across the garden, the courtyard of that property towards the hospital building itself. And the next photograph is taken from an upper floor of the building, which is within the gable end, and that looks across the Saw Close. Again, the extension would be to the right of that building. So these are the proposed basement plans. The 2 plans on this slide are the same, but the blue shaded areas on the right plan show those which the public would have supervised access to. For example, within the basement of the east wing, that'd be the spa and treatment rooms. So this is the ground floor plan. Key features in this would be the restaurant in the chapel and the conservatory extension, the active use along Upper Borough Wall's frontage, and there'd be obviously a number of bedrooms within this floor as well. And this is the first floor plan, mainly bedrooms, but it illustrates the main ward area, which is to the right, the very last room, which would be retained as a large space as a meeting room. This is the mezzanine floor and second floor plan, generally bedroom areas, including the King's ward, which has been divided up using pod bedrooms. And this is the third floor, which is a bedroom and plant area. So this is the landscape plan of the garden. It shows a number of proposed and retained trees, including the new large specimen tree in the location between the lodge and the boundary wall. This will be a tree of about 5 to 6 meters in height, and this plan also shows the public realm improvements along Parsonage Lane. This plan again relates to landscaping. The blue area is the area of garden which is to be lost to facilitate the extension. This measures about 41.4 square meters. This, however, being replaced by a larger area of garden below this in the green square. This is due to the porta cabin being removed, and this is 58 square metres, and this will be a greater green space and that is to be lost. So these are some photographs of the site. So this shows the entrance, which is closed up, and that will be opened up as part of the proposals. This shows the existing garden area, which shows a mixture of high standing and green space. So the extension would fill kind of the right part of that photograph. And this photograph looks down Parsonage Lane and shows the apse with the kind of gable end of the neighbouring building behind that. This next photograph shows the view down Bradwell Lane, existing view looking across to the garden. Again, there's some photographs within the chapel. So this will be the restaurant. So this is looking internally at the chapel. This is the external elevation of the chapel, which will be incorporated into the glazed link extension and will form part of the inner elevation of that element of the building. And this is the apse of the chapel. So this is some visuals of the proposal. So this will be inside the glazed link. So this will provide the entrance to the restaurant and the garden, and also will form part of the restaurant area. So this is the glazed link, which links the existing building and the new extension. Again, you can see the chapel on your right, and the fact this glazed extension incorporates the existing balcony of the external alteration. The next photograph is the view down Bradwell Lane. This shows the extension just to your left of this view. This is the view looking down Parsonage Lane. So it shows the extension will mainly be set behind the existing building, so it won't have limited views from this point. This is inside the garden area, so it shows it looking back towards the existing hospital with the glazed link and the extension set against it. This is looking from Bradwell Lane across the glazed link and the extension. And again, looking down towards the lodge building with the extension to the left. So it was recommended this application and list of building are granted subject to planning conditions. The Planning Commission is subject to a Section 106 agreement to secure a number of planning obligations, including historical interpretation strategy. Members should know further representations have been received since the publication of the report. However, these do not raise issues that are not covered within the report or this presentation and do not alter the conclusions reached. As outlined within the committee report, members are reminded of the statutory duty that when weighing up the public benefits versus harm to heritage assets, members should give great weight to the conservation of the heritage assets. Also, as lined in the report, with regards to public sector equality duty, members should also have regard to the impact upon people with protected characteristics, in particular the neighbours in the flats whose outlook and living conditions will be affected and who may be particularly impacted by the development, for example, due to their age or by virtue of having disability. Thank you, members.
Thank you very much. Right, I'm now going to invite our public speakers and ward councillors to make their contributions. As Marie mentioned, I've allowed 10 minutes for members to speak against, and therefore 10 minutes for the agents to speak in favour. I have a list of 4 speakers, I think that's right. I have Jane Sampson, Margaret Townley, Helen Wilmot and Dave Searby. So I'm assuming that's the order you're intending to speak in. So can I invite Jane Sampson to go first? Are you there, Jane?
I am. Dave Searby isn't speaking today.
Dave Searby's not here, okay. So, and I understand John Ingham is not here as well. So there's 3 of you speaking, is that correct? Yep, so you have 10 minutes between the 3 of you, thank you.
When do I start?
Well, yeah, you can start when you're ready, and just to say that we will pause the clock as we hand over to Margaret, okay? So off you go.
I am addressing you as a local tax-paying resident of Baines. I speak for a group of concerned local residents who have sought and received legal and other advice. We are grateful also for the help received from the Fox Hill Judicial Review team. We are prepared to go as far as judicial review to make sure the decision made here is lawful. You will already be aware of the 187 objections to this proposal. You will have heard objections addressing the fact that this proposal to infill the courtyard of this ancient site will lead to unacceptable harm to the setting of the Min and a huge adverse impact on the local conditions, on the living conditions of local residents. The losses in terms of health and well-being are already huge for those affected. You will also be aware of the ecological impact, the loss of green space and habitat destruction. I would like to focus your minds on the legality of any approval of this development as it stands. If this case were to come before the court in a judicial review, the court would ask, did this committee correctly apply the relevant law? Did they have the discretion to make the decision to allow this proposal? These are the questions you must ask yourself today. Parliament is sovereign. It has given you the powers that you are exercising. You are aware that the local authority is compelled by law to formulate a local development plan and to adhere to it. The local plan is unequivocal. No new hotel provision is required. You are required to make decisions that are fully compliant with the local plan, unless this is rendered impossible by material considerations. Material considerations are those relating to the use of land. Material factors such as loss of daylight, overbearing and relevant statutory law all support a refusal of this application. Local residents need certainty and faith in fair process. Planning authorities cannot pick and choose when to disregard the local plan and when to apply it. In an age of pandemic and economic downturn, demand is more likely to decrease than increase for high-end hotels. You might be told that the presumption in favour of sustainable development in the National Planning Policy Framework is relevant to this case. It is not. In the case of a listed building, the presumption is reversed and strengthened by the Listed Buildings Act. The truth is that any degree of harm to a listed building gives rise to a strong statutory presumption against development, even when the harm is less than substantial. The Listed Buildings Act gives very little room for discretion, far less discretion than this applicant and this planning authority have led you to believe. You cannot claim that you thought you had discretionary power conferred by Parliament if in fact you do not, or that you have been misdirected by an applicant with a vested interest in overstating your legal power. You cannot argue that others have misapplied this statute in other local authorities. This responsibility rests with you. The applicant might assure you that bringing the building into use is a public benefit. If this was the truth, then no development on any listed building could ever be refused. This point has been tested by the Court of Appeal, and the duty of decision makers is to do no harm, not to bring the building into use. There is no public interest case to overwhelm the strong presumption against granting permission in this case. You do not have the discretion in law to permit this development without an overwhelming public interest case. A failure to comply with statute in the local plan would be to err in law and could result in a quashing order at judicial review. The court would ask, would the same decision be reached if the law had been applied correctly? The answer would be no. I would respectfully ask you to carefully apply the legal tests and refuse this development without further delay. I do need to add that the treatment of Helen and her neighbours has been unacceptable. The most severely impacted by the development have been sidelined to the extent that they are completely off the radar. Just one example is that their homes were omitted from planners' drawings, and where they should have been, there are blank spaces. It has been a year and the committee have not yet visited the site. These residents deserve basic human respect. I object to this development in the strongest terms for several reasons, and I respectfully ask you to obey the law and refuse this application. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jane. Margaret, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Are you ready to go? Off you go.
I should like to ask you, please, to focus on the ecological damage and the loss of biodiversity that would result from the current proposal. The plan would mean the total loss of the beautiful and biodiverse existing garden, which harbours a wide range of wildlife, including birds and bats. And bats and their habitats, of course, are protected. Bath is a special place for bats. The extension planned would cover the car park and part of this garden, the rest of the garden being replaced by a small manicured space largely covered in flagstones, meaning that a valuable green lung in the city would be lost. Green spaces, and particularly mature trees, absorb pollution from traffic, and the tire particulates stick to the leaves. This would contribute to the coming clean air zone. They reduce carbon dioxide and produce oxygen. They retain rainwater and reduce flooding. They reduce physical and mental illness. Much research suggests very real beneficial effects. The ecological emergency resolution of Bath Nest Council obliges you to reject this proposal's net biodiversity loss. To reject the extension, keep the garden and require the developers to green the entire green car park space. The entire car park space would be a biodiversity gain. And being open to the public, not the patrons, but the public in general, another aspect of the resolution would be fulfilled, which is, quote, to enable residents to benefit from a green, nature-rich environment. Bath is updating its local plan, but meanwhile states that council decisions must take account of the latest evidence and trends. These surely include, firstly, the knowledge we now have about the importance of the green environment, and secondly, that cities all around the world are obliging developers to add substantial greening to their plans. The local plan talks of parks and squares being at the centre of future development plans. The planning committee must not break the council's pledges. The Ecological Emergency Declaration recognises the essential role nature plays in society and in the economy, and provides a statement of intent to protect our wildlife and habitats. It is obligatory and a core policy. Please, action, not words.
Thank you very much, Margaret. So Helen, are you there?
Yeah.
Oh, you're on the same thing. Okay, thank you very much, Helen. When you're ready.
Yeah, okay, well, I want to plead once again for a site visit. I want this decision deferred today. It's essential to have a site visit. The councillors need to see our area for themselves. There's been a whole year to have sorted this out. I know there's no law saying councillors should visit the site, but there's no law saying they shouldn't either. And where's the humanity in all of this? I've had, and I'm not well, so I'm struggling a bit with this, but I've had obstacles put in my way from start to finish, starting with our resident, our number 1 Parsonage Lane, which has 16 flats, wasn't even on the council's list to be notified of this development or consulted. It was only because I searched and hounded and made myself ill by doing it. The objections have been minimised, 187 objections, only 1 in support. That's been minimised. When I was at the very first unveiling of this, the planning agent said to me, I've just found my old notes actually, and this is what she said to me, oh, the council are all for it. So it seems that this was from the day 1, the council were for it. That is exactly what I was told. That also, I don't know why this site visit was cancelled the other day, because apparently the planning officers advised councillors that residents like myself may be shielding or vulnerable. Why didn't they ask me? I'm not shielding. I need the councillors to come round. We need the councillors to see our area. I noticed that the plans there, you left our buildings off as well. We've just been looking at the plans that were displayed by Tessa. And this isn't just about us losing our view. We're going to be losing our privacy. We're going to be losing natural light. We're going to be losing our view of the sky, which is extra natural light. And we're going to have, I'm sorry, I've lost my thread because, yeah, it's an imposition. It is a massive thing. It's higher than our buildings. It's higher. Our architect wanted a mast to be displayed at the end of our patios so that when the councillors came round to look, they would see how high it was going to be, but nobody there wants to do it. I'm just really, really angry and upset about this whole thing. And I've been really upset about how I've been treated throughout the whole process. Obstacles put in my way, start to finish. I don't know what else to say. I'm at a loss, really at a loss. I'm gutted. And to lose the greenery as well, it's disgraceful. It's disgusting.
Well, Helen, thank you for taking the time to come and share your views with the committee. I'll now move to Sandra Tuck, who is the agent. Sandra, are you there?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, you're sharing your time with Joanna Robertson from Bath Preservation Trust. Have you?
Yes,
So you're
that's
splitting
right.
that. Okay, off you go when you're ready.
Thank you, Chair. You can hear me, can you?
Yes.
Yeah. The proposals before you are the result of almost 2 years of intensive dialogue with council officers, Historic England and other experts. The proposed scheme represents a critical opportunity to secure the necessary investment for the future of the now vacant Mineral Hospital. 2 rounds of pre-application advice were undertaken along with a process of public consultation. The applicant has very positively responded to the feedback throughout, including those of neighbouring residents, and has worked very hard with the Council and Historic England to address concerns. I do disagree with Jane Sampson's analysis. We note this objection that insufficient consideration has been given to the assets conservation, but in fact the harm to heritage assets has been extremely carefully considered throughout the process and reduced to an absolute minimum necessary to bring forward a workable scheme. This has been recognised by Historic England, Buildings and Archaeology teams, the Bath Preservation Trust and the Council's Conservation Officer, who are now supportive in principle of the proposals. We also note the third-party objections, which largely focus on hotel use and amenity. We entirely appreciate neighbours' concerns about the possible change to their area, but fears or claims that the extension will result in significant harm to amenity need to be very carefully scrutinised, particularly given the judgment on this matter will have a potentially serious impact on securing a viable use for the Mineral Hospital going forward. We have done our best to present the facts clearly in the application, but appreciate that due to the sheer volume of information required, some of the key facts, including details of the improvements made during the application process, may have been missed. So we would just like to briefly highlight some of the key facts relating to amenity, all of which have been analysed in depth in the application material. There will be no direct overlooking to residents. The layout was changed in response to neighbour comments during the application process so that there are now just 6 windows facing south, and as Tessa Hamden mentioned, all are treated with fixed louvres or obscure glass. The noise will be minimised, all the windows will be sealed shut, and the noise emissions controlled by condition. The massing of the top floor was reduced specifically to respond to neighbour concerns during the application process again. The reduction in mass and bulk made a tangible improvement to the visual appearance of the extension, and it did significantly reduce the impact for neighbours. And this improvement was clearly demonstrated in the application material. Also, the daylight and sunlight survey was rerun, and this also showed improvements to available light as a result of the changes made. To help assess the likely impact on neighbours, it is really important to note that the ground levels on the application site are much lower than the neighbouring properties to the south. The vertical facade of the extension will rise just 6.5 metres above the party garden wall, including the parapet, and it is set back by 3 metres. As a useful comparison, perhaps, 6.5 metres is approximately the height of an average semi-detached house. The top storey, as you know, is set into a traditional mansard style roof, and this is set a further metre back behind the parapet. The daylight and sunlight survey methodology accords with industry good practice. There would be a marginal reduction in vertical sky component for some of the domestic windows, but for the majority, the survey shows that this reduction will be less than 10%, which is well below the acceptable threshold of 20%. The threshold is set at 20% because research has shown that this level of loss, the reduction in daylight, is not noticeable. So below 20%, it's not noticeable. So it has been suggested that an additional test, the daylight distribution test, should have been applied. However, this can only and is only required by the guidance where room layouts are known, which they invariably are not, as is the case here. The engineers have advised that given the scheme has passed the available test with a very good margin, be highly unlikely to fail the additional test anyway. The results of the survey in any event are consistent with the physical surroundings. For example, the new extension is to the north, so there will be no shading or loss of sunlight to residents. A separation distance of 17 metres is relatively long, with separation distances typically in the area of less than 6 or 7 metres. The occupiers of number 3 Parsonage Lane will be much closer to the development, but their windows face west and they enjoy a very open aspect to the south and west. And as I've mentioned, the building is set on lower ground and the vertical facade is just 2 stories high. It is acknowledged that the loss of the weeping ash would have an impact on amenity. However, the tree is in decline, entirely set within hard standing, vulnerable to ash dieback, and has a limited life expectancy. The landscape architects have designed a much better urban garden for the future. As mentioned, a small part of the existing hard standing will be built over, but this is more than compensated for a new larger area of green garden created close to the southern boundary. I don't disagree with Margaret Townley's thoughts and feelings on biodiversity, but actually the retained garden will be an improvement. Large areas of existing hard standing in the garden will be removed and replaced with soft landscaping, resulting in an uplift of 1/3 soft planting. The six replacement trees and a greater number of tree species will be introduced. The rooting environments for all the retained trees will be improved, which will extend their life expectancy. Green climbing plants grown at the southern facade and boundary walls around the garden will provide important habitat for birds and soften the appearance of the extension for neighbours. The vertical planting will provide approximately 90 square metres of additional soft planting on the site. The improved garden will also create a much more usable space for visitors and guests. So will there be significant harm to the amenity of current and future neighbours? It is perhaps useful to ask, in addition to considering the impact on existing neighbours, how future residents would experience the accommodation. We consider that they would find it to have an appropriate level of amenity for this location. They would not consider a building of this height and mass within their outlook to be unacceptably overbearing or out of place. They would continue to enjoy good levels of privacy, light, and the greenery of the gardens and trees, as well as a good outlook. In weighing up the planning balance, members are asked to consider the significant benefits of the scheme, including that the proposals represent an investment of around £35 million needed to secure the restoration, repair and conversion. Fragrance are currently converting a Grade 2 star listed building in Liverpool into a new hotel and have the experience and funding to see this project through. The hotel use and associated future management regime will fund the considerable ongoing maintenance costs in perpetuity, and as well as continue public access. Private residential or office uses would not facilitate any such access. A draft historic interpretation strategy has been submitted and will be secured by condition. The car park substation and poor environment to the rear of the west wing would be transformed with a new public entrance, grand conservatory space and public realm improvements to Parsonage Lane. Finally, the scheme will achieve a nearly 40% reduction in CO2 emissions from the existing buildings and the entire development. In conclusion, the proposed conversion of the Mineral Hospital will enable Bath to offer a unique visitor experience, safeguard and celebrate this important heritage asset, bring significant investment and new jobs into the area, but preserve an appropriate level of amenity for existing and future residents. We urge members to support the Planning Officer's recommendation to permit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sandra. Marie, how much longer do we have left? Sorry, is that?
48 seconds left.
Oh, Joanna, sorry.
Bath Preservation Trust supports these applications and the scope of works proposed. Substantial changes have been made to improve the design. The changes have responded to our concerns, and we commend the development team for their efforts to design more contextually appropriate interventions. While we have concerns about high landscape and on balance, we feel that public benefits, specifically the long-term conservation, occupation, public access, use and maintenance of this important heritage building outweighs concerns about less than substantial harm. Therefore, we encourage this committee to support your officer's recommendation to permit this application in the interest of sustaining the heritage value of one of Bath's most significant city centre buildings.
Joanna, thank you very much. We now move on to questions to the officers, and I have Councillor Eleanor Jackson.
Yeah, I've got two questions. First of all, going currently
I'm afraid we've not been able to hear your questions. You've been cutting out. Can you hear us? Oh dear. Councillor Jackson? Oh dear. Well, whilst Councillor Jackson tries to re-establish her connection, maybe I can move on to Councillor Sue Craig.
Thank you, Chair. Tessa, my questions are sort of around the light and amenity to the residents around the building. I wonder whether it would be possible to dip into the sunlight assessment report, if that's difficult for you. I think you had a view of page 17 on one of your slides, actually, from the sunlight report.
Yeah, I think it might be difficult to go into the actual report, but I can go back to my slides.
Yeah.
Eleanor Jackson. Eleanor Jackson.
Join the meeting.
Hi, Eleanor. You haven't missed anything.
Can you let me in?
I think I might have just let you in.
Good.
Good, because I was told I was on hold.
Okay, you're feedbacking there. You must have.
So I'll now mute. Now, can you hear me now?
Okay, yes, we're just Councillor Craig has just asked a question, and we're just setting up to respond to that regarding sunlight. So you haven't missed anything, and I'll come straight back to you.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. So it's a little bit small here. The sunlight assessment report had incorrect labelling of the buildings, actually. It's got 4 Parsonage Lane, no, 4 Bridewell Lane labelled twice, whilst the building at the bottom of the 3 labelled building there is actually 1 Parsonage Lane. I can't read on your slide, Tessa, whether that says the right thing or not, but anyway, I wanted to just sort of talk around the light and particularly the impact on 1 Parsonage Lane and on the gardens here, which I think were gardens 1 and 2 in the report, and the windows listed are windows 77 to 81 particularly, but also up to 90. So the sunlight assessment, I think I've got this, understood this right, Tessa, that it considers vertical light shining onto the area being considered?
Yeah, it looks like a number of factors, the overall, just quickly pulling up. So it looks at vertical sky component, and it looks at kind of daylight distribution.
Yeah.
Which, yeah, looks at kind of no skyline, yeah.
Yeah, but it doesn't consider reflected light?
No.
No, and it doesn't consider materials that light is reflected from?
No.
No, okay, thank you. So just so everybody's clear, can you move your mouse to where I'm talking about, if you know where I'm talking
I
about?
can't, unfortunately, because I'm on the iPad, so it doesn't allow me to
okay.
do that. Sorry.
Unfortunate. All right, so can you switch now to one of your slides, I think it was a bit further on, which was one of the photos that we used for our site visit, which was from there was one from what would be
this is from the window of One Parsonage Lane.
Yeah, so the one on the left.
Yeah.
So this is a north-facing window. So when we talk about light, the assessment does vertical light here, but it looks like it was quite a sunny day when this virtual site visit, so the pictures took place, and there's a lot of reflected light from the lovely honey-coloured bar stone on the wall of the Min there. So can you try and explain, if you can't use your mouse, exactly where the position of the new extension will be in this view?
Yes, you can see the gable end, which is to the right, so the rubble stone building. So it will be slightly higher than that building, so kind of coming across. So from this point, a lot of the sky kind of will be. I think it's important though just to note that obviously the amount of sky you see will depend where you're stood in the room, whether you're sat down, whether you're stood up, whether you're moving around, which way you're looking. So it is quite difficult just to make a kind of a simple assumption just from this one photograph. But yeah, stood in this exact position, then you'd obviously lose a good proportion of that sky, but kind of stood further towards the window or kind of sat down, it would be different. Obviously this vertical sky component was measured from all of the windows, and that's taken from kind of the central point vertically from a window, and again that just gives clearly one reading as well, so it's different again where you're kind of stood, and I think that showed there was maybe a kind of a 2-3% reduction in vertical sky component.
Yeah, and sorry to interrupt, Tessa, because this is a north-facing window, I feel like I need to point out that the reflected light from the Min is almost, it gives more light than the vertical light, and I think from what you've said that and I know this picture is only a snapshot and it's a point in time and only out of one window, but nevertheless, just to give an idea of what we're looking at here, it'd be lovely if you could, like we had the Dick Levitt one last time, where you could slide the new building in and you can actually see it, but we haven't got that.
Unfortunately not, no.
No, but I think what I'm understanding is if we look at the panes right at the top here, it would be in possibly maybe the edge of it in the top right pane, but certainly in the top of it, maybe in the middle pane, because it's higher than number 3 Parsonage Lane, and it would go right across to the edge of the window. You'd be able to see the extension. So it would, I know you can look up and see the sky, but it would quite fill that view, and it would certainly block out any reflected light from the Min. Is that right? Is that a fair understanding?
Yeah, I mean, as I said, from that point, I guess it is a matter of planning judgment on the impact, and other things I would have considered were the other windows in the room, etc., the light being received to those windows, and whether you've got a kind of an acceptable outlook. And obviously the vertical sky component is a test that's recognised as an acceptable test, and it does pass those tests, so that forms part of kind of the overall judgment. But yeah, from this particular point where you're stood, you would lose some of the sky. Obviously if you sat down, you'd see more of the sky, so it is obviously quite a movable kind of judgment, really.
And that rear wall that we're looking at of the garden, so can we go back to the picture we were looking at before, and just so we can see where
this one here?
Yeah, that the embedded one on the right, where the green of the gardens.
Yeah.
Shame we can't use your mouse to point. I'm pointing on mine, but it's no good to
anybody.
Yeah,
sorry, it's difficult with the new system.
Yeah, so that little wall is the one, the highest bit of the green, if you like. And
yes, yeah, it runs across there.
The extension goes way past it. So, look, again, going back to that window, you would not be able to see anything but the extension out of the middle set of panes from that view. And I appreciate all your, that is only from that view. I understand that.
Yeah, but that's it. From that view, looking across that direction, you would, and obviously, as we said, looking in other directions through the window, you may have more sky. But yeah, it depends how you're looking and where you are.
So we've established the other thing that it doesn't consider then is the material. We've said it doesn't particularly consider reflected light. Now, the light that is reflected off Bath Stone, which is beautiful and is very reflective, I don't think, but correct me if I'm wrong here, that you will get that same reflection off the materials from which the extension will be made, and certainly the zinc cladding the panels in the upper part of that extension, which after all, as we've just pointed out, would be the bit that is visible because it's a lower ground on the other side of that garden wall. So the zinc cladding panels, I mean, they must not reflect any light at all, I wouldn't have thought.
No, I mean, the proposal includes obviously large elements of Bath Stone, kind of split face Bath Stone, etc. So that was obviously the same tone and is the existing building, so that would have some of the same qualities, but just a kind of a different texture. But I'm not, I can't confirm the reflective.
Okay, because the pictures actually, it doesn't look like the same tone, so that's good if it is. It doesn't look like it in the pictures, but there isn't. Again, going back to the photo and looking at the min, there are lots of, and I know there's a problem here with overlooking, so you can't get everything just as it should be, but there is lots of glass on the min, and again, you're getting reflected light. The sun travels such that it must be shining on the back of the min, you know, for a good part of the day with that reflected light from the glass and from the honey-coloured Bath Stone. So it is quite an important thing as far as light is concerned to be able to see that facade, I think. So that's what I wanted to just look at. Thank you for that, Tessa.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Jackson, are you still there? Do we have Councillor Jackson?
Yes, we do. Sorry about that, but I've also got the phone line open. I was wanting to ask about the balance in terms of the harm to the listed building on the one hand, and it seems there's going to be restoration work, more access and so on to the Roman mosaic and the other historic features on the other. This is in the report, I know, but I thought maybe the officer would like to summarise what the pros and cons are. Impact on listed building on the one hand, access to the mosaics and other historic features on the other.
Yeah, I mean, I think the key thing for members, which I've said, is that considerable weight must be given to the harm to kind of heritage assets when you're undertaking the balancing exercise. So it's not a simple balancing exercise. It starts with considerable weight to the heritage assets. So the report obviously identifies harm, which is a number of internal alterations, say loss of historic fabric to install lifts, etc. So there's some kind of harm there. There's some harm to the setting of the main building due to the loss of the open space, and that's through the extension. So that there's elements of harm identified, so that needs to be weighed against the public benefits. They're also listed in the report. So the public benefits includes securing the optimum viable use for this building, ensuring that it is maintained and used in the long term. That does count as a public benefit. There's public benefits in terms of heritage benefits, including the replacement to the roof, opening up of windows on ground floor, conservation and many conservation benefits. And then the significant benefits are the continued public access to the building, so the public will have access to view things like the mosaics, which they've not been able to really view before. So the mosaic and the lodge will be brought into the restaurant space, and they'll get access to the other mosaic, which is currently in the basement. So there's a kind of quite a clever kind of way for people to see that. There's historic interpretation strategies, which will allow members of the public and other parties to fully understand the history of the building going forward, and having kind of public access to the site in the future. By facilitating a kind of a spa within the building as well, that does link back to its kind of historic use, and that's considered as a benefit as well. There's other public things such as public realm improvements along Parsonage Lane, and they're considered to be public benefits as well. So when weighing all of those up against the harm identified, and obviously giving significant weight to that harm, my conclusion is that those public benefits outweigh the harm. And you've seen that that's a similar conclusion to our conservation officer and our Historic England as well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Rigby.
Thank you, Chair. Following on from that point, when we're talking about public access, are we talking about public access if people are going to the spa or to the restaurant? So in effect, it's only public access for people who are going and spending money at the venue, or is there actually just free public access? I saw somewhere where it said maybe something about 2 days. Could you just explain a little bit more about what the public access means, Tessa?
Yeah, I mean, the public access really means primarily for kind of the patrons of the hotel. I suppose in terms of any hotel, you can potentially walk in, but mainly for the users of the spa and the restaurants. The restaurant will be kind of separate to the hotel, so it could be used by just restaurant users. The historic interpretation strategy, which would be included as part of Section 106, will include a clause to secure heritage open days as part of that strategy. So that would result in the future owners of or kind of occupiers of the hotel having kind of a heritage expert that would agree to allow access to heritage groups or people to view the hotel and most of the kind of the area within the hotel for a couple of days a year. That the finer details that haven't been resolved. I think it's similar to what they had at the Bath Spa building as well, the Therme Spa, to have a heritage officer kind of employed as part of that process, so people could understand the history of it kind of going forward.
Okay, thank you. I've got 2 more, if that's okay. A lot of the work and what you're placing a lot of the counterbalancing arguments on is about how we don't want this to fall into disrepair and we do want it to be brought into use. Have we got any kind of independent viability study that says, my understanding is there was only 6 operators who wanted to look at the building and they were all hotels, but are we convinced that what we've got in front of us is the least harmful while still giving the business viability, or have we not actually gone around that loop yet?
We haven't had that independently tested. As you've referenced, we did have a letter from Savills who looked at the marketing of it and said, yeah, the 6 people who offered the highest price, I guess, were hotel occupiers. We dealt with a few pre-applications before the application was submitted from other operators, and they would have been more harmful. I think in reality is, obviously a lot of members of the public would prefer it to be a museum or other uses, but that simply is unlikely to be viable. I mean, that's my professional judgment. We haven't had that tested, but I think even if it went to kind of private apartments, that wouldn't allow that public access going forward and those same kind of benefits. So my view is this is the kind of least harmful use, but that's my professional judgment. We haven't had that tested.
Okay, thank you. And my final question is around the local plan and the provision of hotel rooms. Can you just give us some clarity? My understanding was that when we looked at doing this and we put a figure in, that was not meant to be a cap as such. It was a figure that we just thought was the number of hotel rooms that were needed. But are we actually breaking the rules of our local plan by saying we're going for yet more high-end hotel rooms in the centre of Bath?
No, I mean, you're correct. When we put that figure in, we were looking at kind of managing hotel spaces to increase tourism, etc. going forward. It's not intended to be a cap. It's quite clear that it's not a cap. So it is a town centre use. So the national policy and our local policy states that town centre uses are acceptable in town centres. So the principle of development is acceptable. It'd be the same if, we've met our 5-year housing land supply. We wouldn't refuse houses because we didn't need more houses. If it's acceptable in principle, then in the town centre, then the hotel use is acceptable. So it's not contrary to the local plan.
Okay, thank you very much. I might come back because I thought some of the photos you showed that we also showed on the site visit were really useful, especially the ones in the courtyard, where you could think how many slices of sky, but it is quite difficult for you, Tessa, I imagine, if you can't sort of use your cursor. Yeah. But thank you for that so far. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rigby. Councillor Hodge.
Sorry, Matt, sorry, Chair, I added that my questions have been answered in the last two sections. Sorry.
Jolly good, thank you. Councillor McPhee.
I was wondering, because it's clear that the extension, it's the height of the extension that is causing a lot of the trouble. How many bedrooms are there in that third floor of that extension?
I'll have to have a quick look. I think there might be 6, but I can have a quick look. We did obviously during the negotiation process, I think it started at 190 bedrooms, it's gone down to 164. We obviously pushed really, really hard to reduce the scheme. And this is kind of where the developer said, no, this is kind of a viable level really, and you have to make a planning judgment on that basis. But I can have a quick look at
so if we got rid of that floor, it would only reduce the total by 6 bedrooms, and I think it might sort out quite a bit of our light problems.
Yeah, I think what needs to be borne in mind is if you get rid of the 6 bedrooms, is it viable then to build that extension? So it is not just simply saying remove those 6 bedrooms, because then it may mean that it's not viable to actually construct that extension, which means the developer may feel it's not viable to convert. So it is not as simple as just saying let's remove the 6 bedrooms, because that will have obviously wider reaching implications, I think, than that. But I appreciate your comments. It would reduce the impact on the neighbours.
Yeah. And similarly with biodiversity, if we think of it in just broad terms, what are we actually losing in terms of green?
There's removing, I think, 4 trees. They're obviously replacing trees. I think there's 5 in the scheme, including kind of a large specimen tree. I think I showed a plan which had a kind of a blue area that was going to be removed. That's quite a lot of hard standing on that, but they are putting back in some green space to compensate for that, which is where there's an existing porter cabin. So there isn't a loss in biodiversity. Our ecologist is satisfied that the scheme is ecologically acceptable, subject to some enhancements, and that includes things such as bird and bat boxes and kind of wildlife friendly kind of native planting. So our ecologist is happy with the scheme.
But you know, politically, obviously we have made statements about being positive. So how would it be possible to make the biodiversity claim that we are making a positive contribution, which was the way that we did it in English Combe? We were able to say that we had more at the end of that. Is there something
I think
the
English Combe Lane, they obviously they had a biodiversity net gain calculator, so it was a lot easier to calculate in numbers the biodiversity net gain. That's not a policy requirement at the moment to undertake that calculation. But I think they just need to demonstrate there are some enhancements which they have done, and they can do through the wildlife friendly planting and the bat boxes, etc. The amount of green space they're losing, the applicant has demonstrated they're not actually losing green space in terms of quantity, because they're obviously replacing the green space by removing the porter cabin and planting in that area and planting specimen trees. So there are some enhancements within the scheme as well, but we can't give you that calculation of biodiversity net gain, I'm afraid.
You see where I'm going. If we could get a lot more light and we could show a positive biodiversity, you know, the public image would be vastly improved.
Of course, yeah. I mean, we obviously need to make decisions in line with the development plan, and it does accord with the policies in terms of ecology, and those enhancements are in place. So obviously you've got the climate and ecology emergency, which will kind of feed into policies, but it is in accordance with the development plan as it stands.
Thank you.
All right, I've got Councillor Davis.
Thank you. I've got a feeling Councillor Hounsell might be before me.
Councillor Hounsell. Oh, sorry, Councillor Hounsell.
Thank you. Right, I just want to continue with the sort of questions that Councillor McPhee was just asking. We heard the presentation from the the agent for the applicant, and was describing the enhancements that you referred to. A lot of the objections have been raised about the loss of the garden space. So what's happening in that garden is very important to the decision making. Just to keep it very simple, was there anything in the presentation of the agent about the garden and the enhancements that you would disagree with, or did they actually fit in with what you understand as the correct description of what's happening?
Yeah, I mean, I obviously am comfortable that their submission was robust in that sense. The fine details of the wildlife planting, etc., can be secured via condition, so we can get those details via a planning condition in terms of the exact details of the wildlife friendly planting, the back boxes. But I'm comfortable that they have demonstrated that the area of garden area that will be lost will be kind of replaced effectively by the removal of the porta cabin, and there is space to plant a tree in that location. And our agricultural officers obviously had a look at that, and it hasn't debated or questioned the fact that it's not sufficient space to plant the trees, etc. As part of the process, originally that there was concern that the trees on site couldn't be retained, but they have submitted information up front to show that the trees that they're proposing to retain can actually be retained going forward. So we're comfortable that we have enough information to make kind of an informed judgment on that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. I have to give my apologies. I absolutely have to take a comfort break here. I've still got two questions from Councillor Davies and Councillor Hughes.
Mine has actually been answered. Tess has just answered. Mine was, can you clarify if it'll be conditions? She's just done it.
Okay, thank you. Can we do Councillor Hughes's questions to the officers, and then if everyone's happy, we'll take a very quick comfort break before we begin the debate. Is that okay? Thank you very much. Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. Okay, so Tess, I've got just a couple of questions. So first of all, with the parking, obviously this plan removes all parking facilities from the site. So first of all, where is the nearest disabled parking bays, particularly overnight disabled parking? What would be the closest to this hotel?
Well, there's currently disabled parking spaces directly outside the site. Darren may be able to help a bit more on this, our highways officer, but there's definitely disabled. I just need to, I'll double check back to that plan just to check there's no time restrictions on them, because you've obviously said overnight. So just quickly check back.
Just looking at the sorry Tess, it's Darren Cox.
No, Darren.
Good afternoon all. Just looking at the images that I can see at the eastern end of Lower Borough Walls to the front of the application site, there is a existing loading bay which is shared as a blue badge bay as well. So it's loading 10 a.m. until 12 a.m. until 12 p.m. 1 hour, no return within 1 hour, and between 12 p.m. and 12 a.m. it's available for blue badge holders. Adjacent to that bay, going westward, there is another blue badge holder bay for dedicated use of blue badge holders, adjacent to which is the existing ambulance bay, which will become redundant should officers members be minded to recommend approval to this scheme. And that is the bay which traffic management have indicated that they would support being turned into an additional loading bay. And finally, at the western end, there is another existing blue badge holder bay, and the plan is to combine the two existing blue badge holder bays at the western end of the area of highway to the front of the application site.
So other than parking in a loading bay, dedicated disabled parking bays, how many are there?
They wouldn't be dedicated to the hospital, so they'd be obviously available to anybody to use. So there isn't specifically an allocated space for the hospital users if someone else was in that site.
Yeah, but equally, a loading bay isn't dedicated to disabled parking. it's shared between disabled parking and loading and unloading?
It is, Councillor. Yes. And there are two bays to the front of the hospital at the moment, which will will be retained, as will the existing shared loading and blue badge holder bay. Unfortunately, I'm just looking at the existing bay on Google Street Earth at the moment, so there's no way of me measuring the length of that bay, but I would estimate that it's probably between 2 and 3 spaces. I would estimate, looking at the image that I'm viewing at the moment.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Sorry.
Some more questions, Councillor Hughes?
Is that okay?
Yeah.
I appreciate you wanted to take a break. Okay. I don't want any accidents.
Hurry up.
Okay, so on that same topic then, so do we have any idea of with this loading and unloading, do we have any idea of the volume of a large hotel like this will have in deliveries and pickups and drop-offs?
I think in terms of vehicle movements per day, the transport assessment identifies it as being, I think, 60 something less than when it was a hospital use. So that's over all of the trips per day. The hotel is identified as having less movements than the existing or the former use as a hospital.
So we don't actually have any numbers?
But I think it's 65, 67, something like that, less vehicle movements.
Less than what number?
That I don't know off the
It
top
means
of my head.
nothing. It's no context. If you tell me 67 less than 1,000 or 67 less than.
Yeah, I mean, I think the key thing when you're making a planning judgment is will there be material harm, and obviously that there's going to be less harm because the number is reduced from the use. I can try and have a look it up quickly in the transport assessment.
That's fine. And just finally, very quickly, that going on from what Councillor McPhee was discussing, obviously the extension seems to be the main discussion of this. And am I right in saying that as far as the necessity and viability of this extension, we've not got any viability reports to demonstrate the need for it to be the size and volume that it is?
Yeah, that's correct. I've made a planning judgment on what's in front of us today, so that's correct. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. If Richard, do you want to make a quick comment?
It was just on the viability issue, because I think this has caused a little bit of confusion. Viability in general terms would be when we're looking at things like affordable housing. So where there's a requirement to, or if a developer's proposing a scheme that is below the adopted threshold for affordable housing delivery, that we'd have to consider the viability of that. But just looking at the National Planning Practice Guidance on viability and decision taking, under the section, should viability be assessed in decision taking, it says where up-to-date policies set out contributions expected for development, and this is in general terms in relation to housing provision, planning applications that fully comply with them should be assumed to be viable. It's up to the applicant to demonstrate whether particular circumstances justify the need for a viability assessment at the application stage. So with this, there's no requirement for us to challenge their assertion that this is the viable level, or that a drop below this level would make it unviable. We've got no basis to require them to submit a viability assessment in the conventional sense that you would with, say, a housing application. So it has to be taken as read that it is, or a drop from the level being proposed would make it unviable for them. So I don't know if that clarifies this viability confusion.
Okay, thank you. Right, so we'll take a quick comfort break then, and then we'll come back for the debate. And Sue, Councillor Craig, as the ward councillor, I will invite you to kick off the debate. So we'll see you in 3 to 5 minutes. Thank you.
Yeah.
How are we doing? Thank you for that. So, Eleanor, Lucy, Sean, Hal, Amanda, Sally, Vic. I think it'll be waiting for Vic. There he is. There
I'm here, Matt. I'm
oh,
here.
well done. Thank you. And Tessa. Great. Okay, so thank you for that. If we recommence then, just check that nobody thought of a final question for the officer while we were on a break. Otherwise, we'll move to the debate. And can I ask Councillor Craig as the ward councillor to lead on the debate?
Yeah, so judging by the volume of emails that I've received as ward councillor, it's evident that the Min is much loved building. Many of the people who are watching this have probably attended it in its capacity as hospital. The building could have been put to several different uses, but the application we have before us is for a hotel. It's really important that this building isn't allowed to lay empty and deteriorate, so I'm pleased that it has new ownership and that there are plans to restore it to its earlier grandeur. It's also gratifying to see that the applicant has plans to the Roman mosaics and other historic artifacts, something which may not have been done had the property been converted into private, residential or office use. I also commend the applicants for the efforts and compromises they have made to minimise the impact of the development on the building itself, its setting and its neighbours. However, in my sense there was a however coming, I do have a problem with the size and mass of the new extension, which is to be built across an area which currently comprises a small car park and garden. Referring to this space, the committee report says, this area of land is designated as a scheduled ancient monument and also identified as an important open space within the conservation area. And further that, the positive contribution played by its garden to the public realm is also acknowledged. Policy NE5, Ecological Network, says much of the tree cover in urban areas is in a critical condition and there is little or no replacement planting for mature trees in decline. Infill development has often reduced the space available for planting large tree species in urban areas. In addition, new tree planting takes years to mature. The management and retention of significant trees is therefore pressing. Neither the arboricultural or landscape officers finds the application acceptable in its current form because of the reduction in open space for tree planting and generally the lack of open space within the city. It's regrettable that 2 mature trees are being lost in the development. Whilst I realise that new trees are being planted to compensate for the loss of these trees, it will be many years, if ever, before they replace the current habitat and creatures to which this has been home. It's also regrettable that this is causing harm to a scheduled ancient monument, the value of which is recognised within the officer's report. Policy D7 says infill and backland development can be supported where A, it's not contrary to the character of the area, B, it's well related and appropriate in height, scale, mass and form to the frontage buildings, C, it's not harmful to residential amenity as outlined in policy D6. Accepting that some redesign has been done of the plant room in the roof, I still have reservations about the appearance of the roof and the size and appearance of the extension. I don't feel the design enhances the listed building and the exterior is neither in keeping with the surrounding buildings or enough of a statement to justify being different. I also feel it is crowding in the space between the existing buildings, using every single inch of land for development. Whilst I understand that measures such as louvre and obscure glass are being used to remove the issue of overlooking, I feel that the size and mass of the extension, so close to the residential properties in Parsonage Lane, is overbearing and therefore contravenes policy D6, residential amenity. So I will listen to the debates today, and I am keen to hear the views of my colleagues, but notwithstanding that, I would like to put a motion on the table now to overturn the officer's decision on the grounds of planning policies mentioned previously, NE5, D7 and D6. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Craig. Do I have a seconder for that motion? Councillor Rigby. Thank you. We continue with the debate for the moment, and I have Councillor McPhee, is that right?
Sorry, I couldn't unmute. Yes, I listened to the ward councillors talk there, and I fully agreed with it. I just disagree with the judgment that we are not making significant harm to the residents of those flats. And I feel that losing 6 beds and a floor there would sort that out. And if we could make the floor area of that extension a little bit smaller, I'm still keen to end up with a positive gain on green space. We're in a hotel where people want to spend leisure time, and I see no reason, and I feel that that's coherent with what we started at English Combe about trying to end up with a positive. So I very much support the motion with those points.
Thank you, Councillor. And Councillor Rigby.
Thank you. I won't go over the points that have been made very well by Councillor Craig and Councillor McPhee. The other point that I will raise is around the fact that we do have a duty of care on top of our planning duties, both as listed buildings and as a planning committee. And I cannot get my head around how we think that we are, and I completely agree, it's all about the size of the extension. If it was granted in the way it currently is, I think what we would be doing is making the residential amenity for the people in Parsonage Lane and Bridewell almost untenable. You know, I've spent a lot of time looking at this. I suspect for some of certainly the flats on the lower floors, you'd almost have to stick your head out the window and turn it round in order to be able to get to see any sky whatsoever. And that is not something that I think we should be in favour of, whether it be in the middle of the city or whether it be a rural environment. So I would add to this, I think it damages the residential amenity around it to such an extent that it's not counterbalanced by the public good of keeping the building in use.
Thank you, Councillor Hounsell.
Thank you, Chair. This is a very, very difficult one, and we have to weigh up all the issues and come to a binary one of two choices, really, permit or refuse. The officers recommended permit, just weighing up all the issues, and it's a very marginal decision for me, but on balance I will agree with the officer recommendation to permit, and so I won't support this motion, though I do understand the reasoning behind it. Unfortunately, we have to look at the planning application that's in front of us and not what we would wish it to be, and that's what is making me just go to the side of permit. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hodge.
I'd just like to say, I think Sue covered most of the things I would have liked to have said. I recognise it's a difficult application and a lot of work has been done to make it work. But overall, on balance, I am not happy with the bulk of the extension, and I feel not enough weight has been given to the negative effects of the amenity of the residents of Parsonage Lane. I think it will have a very significant impact on them. I also, I'm disappointed that the green garden space, it termed retained urban garden, but it's not retained for the public. And it won't be a retained urban garden for the public. It's only going to be accessed 2 days a year, and I'm disappointed that a way around that couldn't have been found. And again, I note that the landscape officer and arboriculture officer found it not acceptable for those reasons. So I support the Sue Craig's motion.
Councillor Davis.
Thank you. Like Councillor Hounsell said, this is probably one of the most difficult decisions we've had to look at, but we have to look at what we have in front of us. And going from where we were, the original ideas that came forward, I think the planning officers worked really hard to get what we're looking at today. I'm aware of the impact it's had on, will have on neighbours, but I think I'm like that Councillor Hounsell will find it quite difficult to support Councillor Craig's motion she's now got in front of us, because I do feel that the benefits that we would get from this do outweigh the other side. So I'm quite happy to go with, I'm afraid, against Councillor Craig and err on the side of the officer's recommendation. Thank you.
Okay, I haven't got. I mean, certainly from my perspective, I am quite sympathetic to the motion, although for me it's not so much the roof, it's the footprint, and the fact that whilst we might consider the car park to be brownfield site in the city, and if you live in the city you've got to expect unused brownfield sites to be developed, I think the fact that the extension exceeds that footprint and clips the garden, I think is unfortunate. And certainly, as I'm still fluctuating, my concern about approving would be the impact on the local residents just of the build. But Councillor Jackson wants to speak.
I think this is probably one of the most difficult ones I've ever seen, and you know, you can argue it from both. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Yeah, you can argue it from both sides, because there's undoubtedly a considerable gain in terms of preserving the historic fabric, as it were, and the economic investment in the area. But against that, you've got the loss of amenity to the residents, the loss of an important green lung, as I see it. But I think the clincher for me is the design of the actual extension. I mean, I wish a colleague would come up with something that was a complete knockout blow, because it's so very finely balanced. But I think that glass linking thing is what I really can't tolerate. I voted against the Holborn Museum extension, and I think I have to be consistent here. Thank you.
Okay, so any further comments? In which case we'll move to the vote, and I'm going to go in reverse order, reverse alphabetical order. So the motion is to contrary to the officer's opinion, is to reject the application on the grounds given by Councillor Craig. So for if you support it, against if you're against it. So Councillor Rigby, Councillor McCabe, against. Councillor McPhee,
for.
Councillor Jackson,
for, but I would like to add a reason for refusal: the size, bulk, massing and design of the extension.
Absolutely, thank you. Councillor Hughes,
for.
Councillor Hounsell,
against.
Councillor Hodge,
for.
Councillor Davis,
against.
Councillor Craig.
For.
And I believe that motion is carried.
You've got Councillor Clark.
Oh, did I? Oh, sorry, Councillor Clark.
Well,
I think that's even more likely that that's carried then, that motion. Is that right, Marie?
7 in favour and 3 against, and that is carried.
Richard would like to say a few words.
2 things, because we've got the listed building application and the planning application, we'd have to have a motion and a vote on both applications. So we've got the motion that you just voted on. Also just need to clarify the reasons for refusal. Councillor Craig, could you just clarify the motion as was? And then there was Councillor Jackson added the size, bulk and massing issue.
So yeah, as was NE5, which is ecological networks, I think. D7, which is infill and backland development, and D6, residential amenity.
Okay. And I don't think, was there a motion on the table for the listed building application, or did you?
That was,
sorry, that was just the planning application, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean,
can I just add, do we not have to apply, it's policy D4, isn't it, that any plan, anything like this should conserve and enhance the conservation area? And we are, of course, in a conservation area, are we not? As well as the World Heritage Site. And I think this will be detrimental to the conservation area and the World Heritage Site if it were to be permitted.
Marie, can you just clarify, because I don't think that was the motion on the table at the point that the vote was taken. The vote, as I had it, the vote was on Councillor Craig's suggestions and Eleanor's additional suggestion on the size, bulk and massing. I don't think
that's what I had.
Yeah.
That was what was voted on. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, that's correct. I beg your pardon.
We can't really add other things.
No, that's fine. Don't worry.
Yeah. Okay. So on the listed buildings consent, is it? Does anyone, Sue, do you want to propose a motion for the same reasons to refuse the listed buildings consent?
Absolutely happy to do that. Yeah.
But you did speak about that you thought they'd done quite well on the listed building side of things, and really it was it's the extension and the development in the backland there and the loss of the green stuff. Councillor Rigby, do you want to come in? Oh, I've got lots of people.
Yes, I was about to second, I think, the motion that Sue was going to put forward. And my understanding of the Listed Building Act 1990 is that if something is adjacent to or joining it and you feel that that is harmful, that can be a harm to the listed building, because it's not just the building itself, it's its setting. So I don't think there's anything particularly wrong in saying that although we appreciate a lot of the work that's been done on the inside of their building and on preserving the facade, it still is contrary to preserving and enhancing the listed building overall because of the height, the 3-storey glass extension, glass walkthrough, and the height, scale and massing of the extension.
Simon or Richard, did you want to?
Chair, could I just add a few things? I mean, the reasons that were given for the planning refusal were all obviously perfectly legitimate planning material considerations. So we've got ecology, infilling and residential amenity. As Councillor Rigby was saying, the considerations for listed building consent are slightly different. It's section 16 of the Listed Building Act. So you need to be, the committee needs to be considering the impact on the special character of the listed buildings. So the reasons might well be different, given that your focus is on the impact on the listed building itself.
Councillor Jackson, and I'll come back to you, Councillor Craig. Councillor Jackson?
Yes, I think that's a very important point, and it sort of I'd like to just amplify what Councillor Rigby has said. If you were to imagine walking up Parsonage Lane, we've been mainly considering walking down it. If you're walking up it towards the Min and this extension was in place, you would really not be able to appreciate the listed building at all. And that turret at the back is going to be removed, which is one of the interesting distinctive things about it. So I'm not quite sure how you frame that into a reason, but it's the visual harm that the extension would do to the listed building that I'm concerned about. So you would not be able to appreciate it from the back.
Councillor Craig, do you want to come back on your motion?
Yeah, sorry, only to say that I'm happy to use both of the points that Councillor Rigby and Jackson have made about damage to the setting and damage to the asset itself through the extension that is being added to it. And I'm sorry, I don't know what the proper terms for that are. If I can.
Okay. So, but for the the motion is to refuse listed buildings consent for the grounds given in the original planning application motion, plus the setting of the listed building, harming the setting of the listed building. So that's the motion. We'll go the opposite way around now, unless there's any more further comments. Oh, has somebody just dropped in a?
Sorry, I've just added one.
You want to say something?
Yes, sorry, Chair. I just wanted to be clear that a modification to the this doesn't preclude an application that decided to scale back the extension, because we're not saying we don't like anything that affects the aspect to the, it's just we're saying the scale and bulk of the extension, which we alluded to in the first application. It's the scale and bulk, it's not any extension at all.
Well, that's the tricky thing, isn't it? Because we all have a problem with the extension, I think, but not all of us have a problem with the proposals for the main building. And in fact, quite a lot of that has been, so it's in terms of the scale and mass of the extension seems to be the issue everybody has in terms of its relation to the listed building. So does that, officers happy? Richard, are you happy that we proceed with the vote on those terms?
Yeah, I think just to answer Councillor Hodges' question there, or observation there, a decision today wouldn't preclude the applicant coming back in for a revised or modified scheme, taking into account the debate that's occurred today and the recommendation to refuse today. So, yeah, it wouldn't preclude that as an option. But yeah, I've got the visual harm of the extension to the principal building and the damage to the setting, contrary to HE1 historic environment and is it D6? Yeah, I think that's fine. We've got recommendation for refusal on the table. That's
okay. So the motion is to refuse the listed buildings application for the reasons mentioned. Proceeding to the vote, Councillor Clark.
Abstain.
You're abstaining. Councillor Craig.
Oh.
Councillor Davis.
Against.
Councillor Hodge.
For.
Councillor Hounsell.
Abstain.
Councillor Hughes.
For.
Councillor Jackson.
For.
Councillor McPhee.
For.
Councillor McCabe against. Councillor Rigby.
For.
Thank you very much. So that's a refusal for the reasons given. Is that correct? And the vote, Marie?
Yeah, that's 6 in favour, 2 against and 2 abstentions, Chair. So that's carried.
Thank you very much. And we move on. The next 2 items on the agenda. Is everyone happy that we move on and don't need another comfort break? I'm all right for the moment. We move on to 231 Wells Way, Bath. And we have a thank you very much to all the members of the public who came in to speak on the previous item. We omit the speakers on the next item, 231 Wellsway Bath, and I invite the case officer, Isabel Dayon, to present her report. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just share my screen. So this application is for a hip to gable loft conversion with dormer windows to the front and rear, the replacement of windows and new roofs to the front bay windows at 231 Wellsway. This is the site location plan for the site, as well as an aerial view. The site is within the Bath World Heritage Site and the Bath Conservation Area. The property recently gained planning consent for a change of use from a C3 residential dwelling to a C4 HMO. You can see the property is marked with this black dot here. So here we have the existing front and rear elevations. The property sits on a sloping site and the front elevation is therefore a single story and the rear elevation is 2-story. The rear elevation also features an existing balcony terrace, which you can see just here. And here are the existing side elevations. You can see a bit better here how the topography of the site slopes down towards the rear. You can see the steps that lead down the left side elevation to the rear garden here. This slide shows the existing floor plans. The property currently has 4 bedrooms, 1 on the lower ground floor plan and 3 on the ground floor. So moving on to the proposal, here are the proposed front and rear elevations. As you can see, the hipped roof has been altered to a gable and dormers have been added to the front and rear elevations. The dormers and the roof will be finished in tiles to match the existing dwelling. And then we have the side elevations as proposed, so you can see the dormers from the side. So moving on to the proposed floor plans, the lower ground floor plan will feature a bedroom with an ensuite and a utility room. The ground floor will house the lounge, kitchen, 2 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms. And then the first floor plan, which is up in the newly converted loft, will include 3 bedrooms with ensuite bathrooms. So next we have some site photographs. I'm sorry for the poor quality of this one. The sun was unfortunately in the wrong place when I took it, but this is taken from standing in the middle of the Wellsway Road on the kind of grass central reservation, facing towards the site. The arrow indicates the very top of the current roof pitch just here. So it is set down quite a lot lower than the 2 properties either side of it. So next are some shots of the house looking down from the pavement. So you can see that the property is set lower than those on either side. So the view of it from the street is much more limited. The picture on the bottom left, of the screen was taken from the kind of front garden area of the dwelling. And then the bottom right shows the steps which go down the side of the house, which demonstrate the level change within the site. So these photographs show the rear garden area and the existing balcony terrace. The photo in the top left was taken from the steps which lead down to the garden looking towards the rear. The other photos are taken from the rear of this area looking towards the property. So you can see in the bottom right photo here, the neighbour has a similar kind of balcony terrace. And then these photos are of properties within the locality of the site. So they kind of show the variety of roof forms, and there are a number of front dormers in the area. These properties here are located on the opposite side of the Wellsway, as are the ones in the other photos. They're in an elevated position. So the application is recommended for permission for the reasons set out within the officer report.
Thank you very much, Isabel. So we move to our public speakers. And I have hopefully Lee Wadsworth. Welcome back.
Hi, Councillor. Thank you very much. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, indeed.
Thank you very much. Should I start now?
Yep.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to start again by acknowledging the objections raised, many of which have been articulated by Councillor Dogood. The majority of these objections, whilst important, are not necessarily material planning considerations. Nonetheless, I would like to address in particular the accusation from Councillor Dogood that we have misled this committee by submitting a new application so soon after the original. And this is really not fair. When my wife and I purchased this property, it was with the intent of turning it into an HMO and enlarging it. However, determining exactly what we wanted to do takes some time, as it involves discussions with architects, engineers and builders. However, due to Bath's HMO sandwich policy, which meant that at any moment our ability to achieve a change of use to an HMO could be removed, it was necessary to submit a change of use application immediately. Please note that our very first application was for a change of use to sui generis, so we were clearly not trying to mislead anyone. However, the case officer at the time expressed the view that the existing configuration had insufficient living accommodation, hence the application was revised to C4. I would like to make it clear that the application was not revised because it was considered as overdevelopment, simply that the living accommodation was insufficient. This second proposal now seeks to address this issue. I would also like to address the accusation that we're not listening to local residents. Again, that is not the case. As previously mentioned, I will appoint a tenant to be responsible for bins and recycling. I will limit social gatherings through the tenancy agreements, and I will carefully monitor car ownership. The gardens will be maintained through a maintenance contract. Finally, I would like to comment on the relevant planning issues. The property has permission to be used as a C4 HMO, entitling it to be used by up to 6 residents. The proposal does not seek to change this. What we are trying to do is to provide a much better property. Please also note that on a permitted development, we would be able to enlarge the property and still provide 6 bedrooms, but the room sizes and living accommodation would be more compromised. The fundamental planning issue relates to the external alterations. Please note that the property is almost invisible, as you've seen. It's set at a very low level, almost entirely behind the front boundary wall, and will remain much lower than the houses on either side. It can actually only be seen when standing on the pavement immediately outside. As such, there's no impact on the street scene, views, or conservation area. We've worked very closely with the case officer to address design concerns. Sorry, did you call me then?
No.
This includes lowering the proposed roof, reducing the size of the front dormer, and using different materials. We also considered different design approaches. Ultimately, the finished design will still provide a charming property that fits nicely in its surroundings. The proposal for a front dormer is not out of character, as the majority of bungalows in the immediate vicinity have front dormers. The site is not being overdeveloped. The property has gardens to the front and rear, large pathways down each side, providing distance from the neighbours. It's also much lower than neighbouring properties. There's ample living accommodation, and the bedroom sizes are well in excess of that required for HMO standards. Many thanks for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Wadsworth. Do I have Councillor Alison Bourne?
Hello, yes, you do.
Thank you very much, Councillor. And
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You have 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
As ward councillor.
Yes, Councillor Dogood is on holiday, so I'm covering for him. Good afternoon. On July the 1st, this committee agreed with the officer recommendation to approve the amended plan by the applicant. The original request had been for a change of use from C3, a 3-bedroom bungalow with a small basement bedsit, into a sui generis application for 7 occupants in 3 small bedrooms and the bedsit. The officer at the time thought the original plan was an overdevelopment, and the plan was changed to the 3 single occupancy bedrooms plus the bedsit, accommodating a total of 4 occupants. That is what the paperwork says, and that is what was discussed at committee on July the 1st. Councillor Davis proposed that the amended plan be permitted on the basis that it complied with planning law, and a compromise had been made by the applicant. Residents, although disappointed, accepted the decision with good grace, with the knowledge that 7 had not been allowed, but 4 had. Residents were astonished that within a week of this decision, the applicant put in a new proposal for an additional floor, creating a total of 6 bedrooms. This was without consultation with residents, from an applicant who at the meeting claimed he wanted to reassure residents that he is a very responsible person and had taken steps to mitigate local residents' concerns. They were further astonished to read the new officer's report that at the meeting on the 1st of July, planning permission had not been given for 4 occupants, as understood, but for up to 6, despite what the paperwork says. Residents believe that this applicant says one thing and does another. There's been no discussion with neighbours, and to date, maintenance of the site has been lamentable. There is a rodent problem that residents believe stems from this property. Trust has been broken. Local residents have no confidence that the property owner will be a responsible landlord who will make sure that the property is well kept. All their fears about students have returned. Discussions with local letting agents tend to bear this out. We are told that accommodation like this does not get let to professionals. They prefer sharing with a maximum of 3 others. 6 occupants invariably go to students, or worse, to short-term lets. Therefore, residents are very concerned about there being up to 6 cars where before there was 1. They're concerned about recycling, where the truck will be holding up traffic on the busy Wellsway, collecting potentially 3 times the waste of before, and they are concerned about a lack of privacy and noise from the veranda. Many residents have lived in the vicinity for several years and disagree with the officer's assessment on the following. Firstly, the suggestion that the hip to gable proposal will not affect the visual character of the locality. It will, especially if you live opposite. They disagree that the 4-metre front dormer will not affect the character of the street. It may be 3 metres less than the original 7 metres proposed, but it is 4 metres more than there is at present. They don't understand why flat doors are not usually supported in conservation areas. The officer is supporting this one and undermining the Council Convention. In addition, this application should be refused as it is an overdevelopment of this site, which is currently a modest bungalow with half a basement. It is the wrong application at a time when the senior leadership teams of both universities are indicating that we have reached peak students. It's wrong at a time of COVID, when social distancing could be the norm for some considerable time and is not possible in overcrowded accommodation. And it is wrong for a council that is losing £4 million a year in lost council tax due to student HMOs. Residents can accept and will live with the decision of July the 1st for 4 occupants, but not for 6. It is the residents' view that the Planning Committee must recognise the overdevelopment of this property and consider the impact of this proposal on the local community. Permission should not be granted for this 3rd iteration of the planning application for 231 Wellsway. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bourne. I have questions for the officer, Councillor Craig.
Thank you. Yeah, a couple of questions. Isabel, you mentioned about you can't see the roof from Wells Road. The pictures you had, the other properties opposite, they are higher than that building, aren't they? So there's a couple of questions around that. One, can't you see the new roof from the higher buildings on Wells Road? And also, if you spin right around the other side, can you not see it from the Entry Hill side, from the back at all?
Yes, you would be able to see it from the properties, as they are really quite elevated above the road on the other side. I haven't been down to Entry Hill, so I can't comment, but from the Wells, obviously you can see across the other side of the valley, so it's likely you might be able to see this property. On one of the photos, there is quite a lot of vegetation at the rear of this property, so I don't know how clear the view of it would be from down there, as I haven't been down there, I'm afraid.
No. Okay. My other thing I just wanted to clarify was your floor plan. I couldn't read the writing, but I think I remember from the previous time this property came through that the floor plan, as was passed, had a bedroom opening out onto the veranda. So we did have a whole discussion around noise, residential amenity, and I felt then that the issue was minimal because people aren't going to be having a party in someone's bed. Well, unlikely to be having a party in someone's bedroom, so it wouldn't spill out onto the veranda. But am I right in thinking that now it's the living quarters, so people will be in their communal quarters in there and would spill out onto the veranda?
I will just go back to the floor plan, if that's right, so we can have a look. Apologies. So yes, the lounge area would now be opening onto the terrace. Obviously the terrace is currently there at the moment, is existing, and it's not being expanded or anything under this application, but yes, this would become the lounge area.
Okay, lovely, thank you.
Councillor Rigby.
Councillor Craig has asked one of my questions, but seeing as I've got a chance, can I just ask, given the fact that we are trying to deal a lot with social distancing, is that anything at all that has got any material consideration in looking at this application in front of us? That in effect, we're looking at somewhere where, you know, rule of 6 will go, and I know it matters about households, but we're actually creating a household of 7 people. Is that something that's a material consideration at all, or not so much?
Well, this application, there's no change of use, so it's still within C4 use, which is up to 6 occupants. As far as I'm aware, there's been nothing from the government on using COVID as a material consideration. Rich, do you have a view on that one?
Yeah, I was just going to come in on that. Izzy, you've just clarified one of the points that I had, that the property has a lawful use as an HMO within the C4 use class, which means it's a largely immaterial consideration how many people are within the property, because they can occupy between 4 and 6 at the moment, unrelated at the moment. There's no planning policy guidelines around social distancing COVID as a reason for refusal, so I couldn't see a mechanism to refuse it on that basis. I mean, it's a legitimate concern under the current government guidance, but not a material planning consideration. But I think we just need to focus it back on what the lawful use of the property is, and the fact that it can be, irrespective of whether the extension is approved or not, the owners of this property can occupy up to 6 people in there in the current setting.
Councillor Jackson.
I have to say, you know, in the happy 1960s, we could certainly have parties in people's bedrooms and get 14 students drinking coffee on a bed quite easily. I've done it. I know it can be done. So I think the question about whether it's a lounge or a bedroom is immaterial. You can party where you want to when you're a student. We haven't, of course, mentioned all the boyfriends, girlfriends, partners and so on, who might also be overnight in this property. But you know, this is again not the 1960s. You don't have to kick your other person out by 10 o'clock. So we've got, yeah, so but I've got a serious important question. Yeah,
it's all right. I was just going to ask for somebody to mute, but they've muted themselves, so we can hear you now. Sorry, carry on.
Right, the serious question is about the next floor up on the plans and how it's possible, even with the 2 dormer windows, to put 3 bedrooms of a respectable size, so you can get a bed, a table, a computer and a bookcase in. I think that's that used to be the government minimum. So can you explain the exact dimensions of the 3 bedrooms upstairs?
I will just share the floor plan again. So I don't have the minimum dimensions, but I do think there are some dimensions on this drawing. I mean, from a planning perspective, they've been considered to be large enough to have bed, etc., and provide a good fair level of residential amenity for the occupiers. We don't have a policy which prescribes room sizes for HMOs, but obviously licensing have, you know, when you license an HMO, they have minimum requirements, so they would look at that. I mean, from my perspective, I feel like they're large enough, but obviously that's something for the committee to make a judgment on.
Thanks very much.
Thanks.
Councillor Hughes.
Oh, just very quickly. Sorry, I'm assuming this property has no parking provision at all.
No, there's no off-street parking provision. There is along the Wellsway on-street parking, which, as far as I'm aware, is unrestricted, but there's no off-street parking for this property.
Okay, but so I mean, So 6 people plus visitors, and they've got no way of providing any parking facilities at all. Okay, thank you.
Putting 3 rooms in the roof, I mean, currently the roof doesn't look like it would take a single room. So you're basically having to put a whole new floor onto what was originally a small bungalow. I mean, is that something that happens regularly?
I mean, obviously this property appears as a bungalow from the front, but because the way the site is, it's a 2-story property at the back. I mean, yes, the hip to gable conversion and dormers is facilitating the rooms in the roof. Plenty of people have loft conversions, and it's felt here that there are quite a lot of other kind of dormers and variations of roofs in the locality, which is why it's kind of been seen as acceptable. But again, that's kind of a judgment for the committee to come to.
Because in your photograph you had an arrow pointing at what is, a tiny little point behind a hedge, but actually that's now going to be a big long roof, isn't it?
Yeah, so this was actually
your photo taken from the other side of the road.
Yeah, hang on, I will get it back up because it's easier to explain. There we are. Yeah, so this is taken from the middle of the Wellsday Road, and this, here is the peak of the roof. During the negotiation within the planning application, it was basically decided that if it goes to the hip to gable, that the ridge height will be 0.5 metre lower than this existing ridge height here. So it would be more obscured from the roadside, from the street level. You wouldn't be able to see this peak as much here as it'd be 0.5 metre lower.
Yeah, because
you're trying to address that.
But you've taken that photo, from the middle of the road?
Yeah, that's from the middle, and then this one here is from the pavement directly outside the gate. So obviously, yes, you will see the gable from the pavement outside and from the houses elevated on the other side of the street.
Okay, Richard, you wanted to come in on something?
It was just on the space standards. I was just checking the space standards for HMO licensing, and the minimum roof size in a licensed HMO is 6.51 square meters for single occupancy or 10.22 square meters for double occupancy. Looking at floor plans, the bedrooms or the proposed bedrooms in the roof space of this exceed those space standards. So whilst that's not a material planning consideration, it is a licensing consideration for their ability to secure an HMO license. But it does provide the required space standards per the licensing requirements.
Councillor Jackson.
Thanks very much. That's very helpful. And I've learnt something. But the other question is, I don't recall whether there was it is bang near a bus stop. That has to be said if you can get up those steps onto the Wellsway. And the bus stop, if you can manage to get across through the traffic to the other side of the Wellsway, again, very frequent service down into town. So I think it's fully viable in that sense. But I didn't notice whether there was a bike store. And I sort of had thought that was a requirement these days. Is that correct?
Yes, I think in the committee report, there is a condition that prior to the occupation that 2 secure bicycle storage units need to be provided. That's something that was also on the previous permission when it went from C3 to a C4.
2?
Yes, that's the policy. I think it's ST7, correct me if I'm wrong, Rich, just off the top of my head, for 2 bikes.
So that's 2 bikes for 4 people. How many for 6 people?
As far as I'm aware, it's 2 regardless.
Okay, any further questions for the officer? Any thoughts then? We'll move to the debate. Anyone want to make a proposal? Councillor Craig. Oh, Sue, this could be intellectual genius, but you're muted.
Sorry, it's not a proposal, it's a thought, and I don't feel that I particularly need a site visit, but what I would really like to see is what the view of the house looks like from the other side of the valley or Entry Hill, because I think it's quite visible from there, and that's just as important in a way as from Wells Road. I don't like the design of the roof, but as you can't see it apparently from Wells Road, then I guess that's answers that in a way. But I would like to know what it looks like from the other side of the valley.
We haven't got anything from the other side of the valley, have we? Any other comments for the moment? No proposal. Councillor Hodge, and then Councillor Jackson.
Yes, I'm concerned about the balcony, the raised balcony, and the as a result of having extra rooms in the roof, that the reorientation of the living space. So the balcony, the conversations about the balcony previously, I think the impact on amenity of neighbours is going to be more significant with the living space for 6 residents joining onto it. And I note that in the comments from residents, they have really highlighted this as a concern. I would like to move to reject the application on those grounds, on the impact on residential amenity of the neighbours due to the orientation of the rooms and the veranda and that impact.
Okay, would anyone like to second that motion? Oh, Councillor Craig. Richard, you want to make a statement before we carry on?
I think my only concern is that if the sole reason for refusal is a residential amenity issue, the fact that it's a lawful C4 dwelling where they can occupy up to 6 anyway, irrespective of the room configuration, the concerns over residential amenity from that number of people occupying that property could exist in its current form anyway. And I think that would be quite a hard position to defend on appeal if the only reason for refusal was purely the amenity issue. And I think Isabel mentioned earlier that the terrace area isn't proposed to be extended. It's currently existing and can currently be used in its current form by up to 6 residents who could lawfully operate from that site. So I think I mean, it's not for me to put a motion on the table, that's for the committee members, but I think I would just think carefully about the residential amenity side of things, because I think that's quite an unsustainable position if we had to get into an appeal situation for those reasons.
Okay, so I've got some few speakers now. Councillor Jackson.
Well, basically, I was going to say what Mr. Stott has just said, because I cannot see that in our existing raft of policies on HMOs, we have adequate grounds for refusing this one. We can't predetermine what sort of students will be in here. They might not even be students. They might be people who are no longer able to pay their mortgages or whatever. We just do not know, and we can't make that sort of judgment. But the point is, it already has the permission for Class C4. And I don't see how we can make a decision that would override that one. So should the motion that's on the table be not be passed, I will then propose the opposite, that we go with the officer's recommendation.
Okay, Councillor Rigby.
Thank you, Chair. I totally understand what Richard said about there's already completely lawful use. My reasons for supporting Lucy's motion, and a reason that I would like to be added were we to be able to move to a vote on this, is around the design. It's around the points that Councillor Craig has made about how it will be seen from the other side of the valley. And it's around the fact that when Isabel very kindly showed us that really useful photograph where you were standing at the gate, instead of seeing a quite small front piece that, although it's bigger at the back, you don't see that from the road. You see just almost one gable. You'll see quite a long flat roof. So I would want to refuse it on design grounds, because I totally accept that usage grounds, that's already a decision that's been made.
Thank you, Councillor Davis.
Thank you. my thoughts are, we may not like the way this has come to us, but I don't think I can support the motion we have on the table because I feel we don't have strong enough grounds to refuse it. So I agree the way it's come to us may not be what we would all like, but I'm afraid I think that we would be finding it quite difficult to uphold any reasons for refusal.
Okay, Councillor Hodge.
I just want to go, I agree with the other points that have been made, but I also want to say with regard to the balconies are, I know it's a change, but balconies are always controversial on the back of buildings. The residents have written in number about the impact on their amenity, and I do think a balcony connected to a living room in this plan has more potential to be used than a balcony connected to a bedroom, whoever is resident in the property. But I equally agree with the other points that have been brought forward as reasons, as objections to this application.
Fair play. Richard, coming to you, but I'm just concerned that we can start off with a 2-3 bedroomed bungalow type building with a room underneath, and end up with a 6-bedroom large. Oh, sorry, Sue. A 6-bedroom large house. This building was originally, built at the bottom of the garden and remained subservient to the main house at the top. And now we're going to end up with something that's as big, if not bigger, than the house it was originally subservient to. So, does that not count for something? Then I'll come to you, Sue.
Sorry, are you bringing me back in there, Matt?
Yeah, go on. Yeah.
So I think it was just the bit that I forgot to mention when I spoke earlier was the framing the decision in the proposal. The proposal is hip to gable, so it's an application for permission for a hip to gable loft conversion with dormer windows front and back to replace windows, new roof to the front bay window. So it's a design application, but I think Councillor Rigby has added to the motion to talk about the design and impact, and that is something that you, if you felt you wanted to go down that route, that would be a more tenable position for defending an appeal. And issues like you just mentioned there, Councillor McCabe, about the subservience relationship to adjoining properties is a consideration when you contextualising the design in the surrounding area. So it was just clarifying on that point.
Yeah, I definitely think the design changes the nature of the building and its relationship to the other buildings. Sue, sorry.
That's okay. So I wonder whether, I'm not sure how we do this, but whether, so I don't particularly need a site visit, but whether we can have some sort of deferral so we can get some views from the other side of the valley and see what it looks like, so that we can better able to understand what that change, the design of the roof, will look like and how it will sit alongside the other buildings.
Is that possible, Richard? I mean, certainly in terms of the relationship to the new design to the existing buildings, that would be very helpful.
I was just having a look on Street View just as a start to see where it's possible to see it from Entry Hill. I think the difficulty with this valley is the topography in general means that the point that you would get the views of the backside of these properties, you're actually at quite a distance over the other side of the valley, because the public access points are very low in the Entry Hill Valley, and you don't get an aspect up. I mean, it would be for the committee to decide if they wanted to defer for that further information. I think, personally, I think there's enough information before you to be able to make a decision on what we've got. I appreciate that's a vantage point to be looking at. We haven't got that imagery at the moment. Yeah, so I think ultimately it's up to members if you want to defer this for that information, but there's only very limited information. I don't think it's necessarily going to add anything to the debate or the motion that's on the table at the moment.
Okay, comment from Councillor Rigby?
Just for the sake of clarity, I think that Councillor Hodge has moved a motion which has been seconded, and I'm asking if Councillor Hodge would accept the additional reasons that I put forward as reasons for refusal, to add to what she'd said already. So I just want to make sure that I'm going to know what we're voting on by the time we get to the vote.
Yes, I'm happy to accept those additional reasons, which I agree with.
Okay, Councillor Jackson.
Well, we have actually been over this ground before, about 3 years ago, I think, with a house that was about 500 yards nearer the golf course, and we did a site visit. And it's absolutely correct. It is extreme. If we hadn't actually gone and stood in the garden the other side from the Wells Way, we would not really have understood. We did reject that application, and it got turned over at appeal. And I am unconvinced that we've really got anything solid enough here, although I do think the design is an important consideration. We are in the AONB after all, but if nobody can actually see the building very clearly, perhaps an officer could give some weight, tell us how much that weighs.
That would be helpful.
Izzy, do you want me to come in as well?
Yeah, no, feel free.
Yeah. So I think the weight that can be given to that is you've got it's a dual aspect property. So you've got the aspect from the Entry Hill side. I've just found some other views from the bottom of Entry Hill on Street View, and it's just impossible to actually see the property from that vantage point. Now I can't get up. The Street View camera hasn't gone far enough up the hill the other side to be able to see over. But you have got the consideration from the impact on the Wellsway side. So in terms of the context of the public realm and how it sort of sits within the street scene, it doesn't really matter that you can't see it from the Entry Hill side, because you can still form a judgment on its impact from the Wellsway side. And I think that goes back to the points that have been discussed here about the span of the roof, the subservience to the adjoining properties, the position in between those two properties. So there is a street scene character assessment that can be formed, albeit from the Wellsway side rather than the other side. I think if this site was only visible from the Entry Hill side, you would struggle a little bit more to argue that the public realm, street scene setting argument, but because it is dual fronted, it is a consideration that you can have.
Yeah, so counts. Look, if people are happy, if we just have a vote on Councillor Hodges' motion and see where we end up. Okay, so the motion is to reject the application on the grounds stated, particularly the design of the roof and its impact on the street scene and the other things mentioned. So if I go through alphabetically, or I'll go through it in reverse alphabetical order. Councillor Rigby.
For.
Councillor McCabe for. Councillor McPhee.
Against.
Councillor Jackson.
Against.
Councillor Hughes.
For.
Councillor Hounsell.
For.
Councillor Hodge.
For.
Councillor Davis.
Against.
Councillor Craig.
For.
Councillor Clark.
Against.
Okay, so Marie, I think that is carried.
Yeah, I've got that 6 in favour and 4 against, Chair. So that's carried.
So for the reasons given, that doesn't preclude the applicant coming back with a redesign, but that is refused as it stands. Does anyone need a comfort break at 4:30?
Yes, please.
Okay, so if we have a 5-minute comfort break, and hey, we've got 2 more HMOs to consider when we come back.
Where's my division?
Okay, how are we doing? Right, Vic, I can see you, Lucy, Duncan, Hal, Sally, Amanda, Councillor Jackson, Councillor Hughes, are you, Councillor Hughes, well done. Councillor Jackson, how are you doing? Right, Councillor Jackson, can you hear me? Can we hear you? Okay. There we go. You're there, are you, Councillor Jackson? Says you've unmuted. Moving on then, just before we arrive at the further HMOs, we have item number 6, Inglescombe Cottage, Church Lane, Englishcombe, Bath. Can we invite the public speaker in? And I go over to case officer once again, Isabel Down.
Sorry, me again, everybody. Right, I'll just share my screen. Cool. So this application is for a garage conversion to a residential annex to provide additional living accommodation at Inglescombe Cottage in Englishcombe. This is the site location plan and an aerial view. The garage is located to the north of the main properties. It's this building just here and here on the aerial view. The site is within the conservation area and the green belt. This site plan shows the site a bit more clearly. So there's no proposed change to the footprint of the garage. It's this building here, and then this is the main property, Inglescombe Cottage. So here are the existing elevations of the garage. The garage currently features 2 cream-coloured garage doors to its front elevation, as well as a pedestrian door and a window. This is the existing floor plan. The 2 garage spaces are located at the bottom of the screen, just here. Next, we have the proposed elevations. One of the existing garage doors will be removed and replaced with a pedestrian access door and a small amount of timber cladding. An additional window will also be placed on the front elevation, and 4 roof lights are proposed, 2 on the front and 2 on the rear. So here are the proposed floor plans. You can see that one of the garage spaces has been retained, and there will be a bedroom, bathroom and living area inside of the annex. So moving on to some site photographs. The first image on the left-hand side and the image in the bottom right of the screen show the site from the road, with the parking area in the front, and then the main property is here, and then this here is the garage. The top right image is taken from the road facing towards the main house. It shows an access gate into the garden area, and the proximity of the garage to the main dwelling. The first photo on this slide is a bit more of a close-up of the garage, and then this photo is taken through the access gate facing this window just here. So this image is taken standing on the road outside the house facing a north direction. This is the garage just here, and the road carries on up. And then this photo is taken standing about here, facing up in a northerly direction. The church is just up to the north and the east up here, and there's some properties just past this garage. And then these photos are taken from further down the road facing south. So the garage is behind this building here. You can just about see the roof through there. And then this is taken from standing about here through to see the roof just here through the tree. And then this is a photo taken just further up the road. The church is just up here. You can't see it in this photo. And this is just a collection of some of the properties, just kind of show the nearby character of the dwellings. So the proposal is recommended for permission for the reasons set out within the officer's report.
Thank you very much. Could I ask Parish Councillor and Chair of English Parish Council, Robert Law? Oh, there you are, Robert. Well, thank you.
Can you hear me? Right.
You have 3 minutes.
English Parish Council has spoken to the 4 households who objected to the proposal. We're minded to have the application referred to the Planning Committee as a result. The reasons for their disquiet and the Parish Council was primarily that the application to convert the garage to the house was for holiday lets, the term referred to in the report by Baines Highways, though this was subsequently changed to an annex to Inglescombe Cottage. In the Bath area, there have been a number of applications for converting garages into living accommodation, which eventually became single dwellings in their own right. The garage to Inglescombe Cottage, if entirely converted to a house independent of the main house, would, in the view of the complainants, compromise adjacent properties set within the conservation area and create a parking problem. Or put simply, there is not just enough space for this site for a separate dwelling. Those who submitted comments and the Parish Council are now satisfied with the application as it stands, as an annex to the main house. Within this conservation area, there have been no less than 5 recent additions to dwellings, some of which are or intended to be used as accommodation for short-term lets or for family stays. All these are contingent to the main house. In short, the parish would request that the annex must remain ancillary to the main dwelling and not be used for any other purpose, such as separate holiday accommodation. The argument also revolves around how to pay special attention to the preservation or enhancement of the conservation area. Whether or not roof lights in any form should be found in a conservation area where they are visible from the street is a matter of debate. I could remind the committee that in London, they are forbidden on any roof facing the main street, regardless of being in a conservation area or not. Arguably, excepting perhaps where so-called heritage roof lights, 2 such are observed in Church Lane, are inserted, they visually compromise the conservation area. However, as a parish council, it is unhelpful to rely on precedent or the status quo in this particular case, for that could open the door to any opinion or interpretation of design. Having examined carefully the design of this conversion as an architect, daylight to the living spaces is more than adequate with the present and proposed windows set in walls and supplemented by just 2 heritage roof lights facing northwest rather than 4 as proposed in the proposal. It would be interesting to examine the daylight calculations that might have been submitted with the design. On the matter of the proposed new entrance door and windows as a replacement of the inner garage door, we agree with the planning officer that the detailed design must be well thought out, as with the colour of the woodwork. The remaining garage door to be the same colour. Looking down Church Lane to the northwest, there should be little or no compromise to the conservation area. To sum up, as an annex to the main house, we do not have an objection. As to alterations to the exterior of the garage, close attention to detailed design should be the maxim for this and any future application.
Thank you very much. There are no further speakers. Questions to the officer? Any questions? Oh, Councillor Craig.
Thank you. So the proposition is that 2 roof lights on the northwest side would be adequate. Can you just show me on your presentation which those are, please, just for information?
Yep, so sorry, let's just share my screen. It'll be easiest to show you on the floor plan, block plan first. So the north elevation is this side, the south elevation is this side. So I'm assuming it's these 2 roof lights which were meant.
Well, wasn't it 2 on the same side, northwest?
I'm not sure which side was meant by the northwest. North is up this direction, so
It'll be just that side.
yeah.
Yeah.
So from the floor plans, it would be these 2 here, and then these 2 near the house.
Yeah, sorry. So is there a window in the wall of the bedroom then, or would that mean the bedroom had no natural light at all?
So the windows in the wall, there's one here in the living space. In fact, there's 3 here in the living space, but there isn't a window in the wall of the bedroom on this wall here, no.
So, sorry, is that allowed in planning to not have any natural light in the bedroom?
Yeah, I mean, the roof light here would allow natural light. I mean, obviously this accommodation isn't a new dwelling, it is ancillary. So it is, you know, intended for a relative or a guest bedroom, etc. There would be a reliance on the main house. It's felt that a roof light here would be sufficient. It would let in natural light. I mean, also just behind, sorry if I just go back to the aerial view, just behind there, you've got the, I think it's an electric substation in a building, and there's quite a lot of foliage here. So by not having the window in the wall, there's obviously, they're not looking towards the neighbour, and it would be quite blocked by this foliage. So the roof light in that respect would let light into the bedroom.
Yeah, sorry, I understand that. I just thought that the proposal or the assertion that was being made by the objection there was that those 2 on the northwest side weren't necessary.
I'm not sure whether it was these were necessary or weren't necessary. Sorry, I don't remember exactly what was said.
I think the northwest side is potentially acceptable and the south side isn't.
Oh, right, okay, so that would mean the room that would have no light at all would be the WC, which I assume is acceptable in planning and whatever.
Ensuite.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's a judgment really. It's not primary living accommodation.
No. Okay. All right, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Davis.
Thank you. I just want to clarify that this is a condition to annex. It's quite clearly, isn't it? It's conditioned.
Yeah, there is a condition for ancillary. I think there was some confusion originally. The originally submitted design and access statement was incorrectly titled to be a conversion to a holiday let. Obviously, the comments kind of drew this to my attention, so got in touch with the agent, and that was an error. So it is definitely to be an ancillary annex, and there is a proposed condition to ensure it's ancillary. Yeah.
Thank you.
Councillor Hodge.
Just wanted to ask if it's possible, the concept of heritage and conservation Velux's roof lights I've heard used before, and I wondered whether it's possible to secure that by condition, those details, that they would just be conservation or stroke heritage roof lights, which are smaller than normal roof lights. Would it be possible?
Yeah. A condition hasn't been proposed as yet. It wasn't felt it was necessary, but if that's something that the committee wanted to attach to any permission granted, then I think, Rich, I'm right in saying that could be added to any planning permission. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, Councillor Hounsell.
Thank you. Right, I just wanted to clarify a point for everybody listening in. The proposals for the garage conversion for additional living accommodation as an annex to the existing house. But am I right that that actually doesn't preclude it, if they get this permission, it doesn't preclude them from advertising it on Airbnb for the reason that it's how the property, how the annex is used that would determine a change of use. You can have people staying, paid guests, and if they treat the property in the same way as a normal residence, there is no perceived change of use. So I wouldn't want people to get the impression that by supporting the proposal, it would prevent this being used for holiday accommodation, because it as far as I understand it could. So can you just clarify that?
Yeah, I think that judgment is right. Rich, do you want to drop in, because I know you probably know more about Airbnbs than I do.
Yeah, the vexed question of when an annex is not an annex. There's some quite useful case law on the material facts of when something is still considered an annex, or when it becomes a separate residential unit, whether a change of use has occurred or not, and it is a matter of fact and degree as to how it's being used. But it is possible to use ancillary buildings to principal residential properties incidental to the purposes of the main dwelling house for residential holiday accommodation, or for a more conventional granny annex, so having a dependent relative living in there. It would really depend on the amount of use, how it was being used, frequency, numbers of people coming, and that could only really be assessed after the fact. But at this stage, it would be quite hard to control it, to say it's not, well, they could operate it as a holiday let without the need for further planning permission. So yeah, it would be a matter of fact and degree after the event.
Can I just ask a quick question then? There's no kitchen in it, and is that just their design, or is that can that be conditioned? I mean, how does that work in terms? So clearly now whoever stays there has to go to the main house for food or for breakfast if it's being Airbnb. And so clearly without a kitchen, it would be hard to have it as a separate residential unit. But how easy would it be to then put a kitchen in, or would that need a second plan or planning application, further planning application?
No, you wouldn't need planning permission for internal operations. We have actually successfully enforced against a building that had kitchen, where it had all of the facilities to facilitate independent occupation, that we felt was being used as a dwelling house without planning permission. And one of the requirements of the enforcement notice that was carried through was the removal of the kitchen facilities, so it returned that degree of dependence back to the main house. Now, there's nothing to stop someone putting in a kitchenette within an annex, because that in its own right doesn't require planning permission. The relevant legal case on it is Uttlesford, which was to do with a granny annex immediately. It was a conversion of a garage building immediately adjacent to a principal residence. And that particular building had all of the facilities and setup for independent occupation. It had a kitchen, bathroom, bedroom, living room, but it was tied with its utilities to the principal house. There was no severance of the planning unit, so it didn't it wasn't sort of registered as a separate entity in its own right. And it shared the same postal address with the property. And it was those elements that conveyed that degree of attachment rather than the physical infrastructure within the building. So it is something that can, you're almost talking a hypothetical scenario that the property were being used in a way not akin to an annex, or that's something that's not incidental to the main dwelling house. but we would never be able to know that until that had actually occurred. But we have successfully enforced against that in the past, so it is within our control to have control over that.
Okay, so so following up to Duncan's question, that permission doesn't preclude Airbnb, but it would be very difficult to take that a step further and make it a separate dwelling.
To make it a separate dwelling in its own right would require planning permission, because that then is it's creation of a new planning unit which requires consent.
Okay. Any other move to comments, discussion? So I think it's just about the Councillor Hodge.
I just have one more question about the highways. The parish council had raised concerns about parking in Church Lane and navigating it, and I know there was some change in the highway statement, because it was originally to do with it being a holiday let, and it's now not. But is there concerns about there not being enough parking for three parking spaces? Is that still relevant, or is it no longer relevant?
Yeah, I can come back on this. Obviously, the original highway comments were based on the incorrectly submitted design access statement. Once this was corrected, and I was also sent a corrected block plan as well with correct measurements on it. And I assessed the parking provision to have at least 3 parking spaces, and therefore didn't feel the need to reconsult highways. I don't know if Darren has anything to come back on with that one.
No, just completely endorse Isabel's view, really. The dwelling requires a minimum of 3 spaces. The applicant is looking to retain the existing 4 spaces, which is surplus. So any highway concerns we had initially have been satisfactorily addressed.
Okay, that's fine, thank you.
Okay, so it's about the number of Veluxes and whether you can have heritage ones. Is that about right? Does anyone want to make any comments or make a proposal?
Diane MIS, but I don't know if you wanted to speak first.
Oh, yeah, go on, Sally, go on.
Do you want to speak as ward council? That was the only thing.
Oh, I think. Oh, it's the ward council. Oh, yes, I'm the ward councillor. I would. Well, I think. I think the proposed usage ancillary to the main building is acceptable, and be more than happy to delegate to permit and get the officers to negotiate a reduction in Veluxes and the use of heritage roof lights. So that would be my comments. Sorry, Sally, you want to speak?
Yeah, I think I was going to more or less, I think, say that we've got the plan in front of us, but I was going to see if we could condition the heritage Veluxes. So if we could permit them to go down to 2, but I would be happy if they can't go down to 2. I think what we have in front of us would be acceptable if we could condition the Veluxes. So whether between us that's a proposal can be seconded, maybe we need to look for Rich to just check what we're saying.
Yeah, I think you'd have to consider the application in front of you, which has 4 roof lights in it. You could condition it for along the lines of notwithstanding the submitted or the approved details of conservation roof lights shall be submitted to and approved in writing by the local planning authority, or words to that effect. So if that was the route you were looking at going down, it would be a delegate to permit to officers to secure the relevant condition regarding conservation roof lights.
That would be okay with me. I don't know, Matt, whether it matches what you said though.
Well, does anybody else have any thoughts, preferences? No. Okay, so am I all right to propose that then? Delegate to permit and require officers to secure the relevant heritage roof lights, and a sort of can we make a sort of request to reduce them to 2, or is that?
It would be a material change to the application. Now, arguably, because it's been brought to committee, it would have to come back to committee with revised plans. I think you'd need to take it to, I don't know if Simon's got a view on that, whether you could. The other thing that I'm just wrestling with here is the alterations to outbuildings are permitted, or there's a whole range of alterations that you can do to an outbuilding under permitted development. And unlike the alterations to a dwelling house, where there are specific considerations around installation of roof lights and windows, there's nothing the same within the Part E rights, which is to do with outbuildings, other than you can make alterations or extensions, alterations or changes to outbuildings under permitted development. I would have to do some digging as to whether the windows themselves could be installed under permitted development. So that might be a consideration, but that would take a bit of digging, which I can't do right now. I think it's, in terms of the application in front of you, it has got the 4 on it, and I think that's what you'd have to take a vote on.
Simon's nodding.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that. I think they've obviously applied for 4, and those are what the drawings show. So I think it's a bit difficult to then condition 2.
Okay. Okay. So So the proposal then is to just to delegate to permit with a requirement for heritage roof lights. What would happen if they chose not to put 2 of them in? Nothing. Nothing.
Matter for the applicant, I think. Whether
Yeah. Okay. So that's the proposal then, just to delegate to permit. Sally, are you happen to second that?
MIS.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. So who wants to speak? Councillor Jackson.
Well, I was just going to basically say what Mr. Barnes has just said. I can't really see that we've got any it would be considered very reasonable of us to require or to make it a yes or no condition that they reduce the number of roof lights. I think the 4 actually give it a certain amount of symmetry, but I would agree that having the heritage style is appropriate. So I'm going to vote, I would vote for this motion, delegate to permit, with a view to negotiating for a condition that these be heritage roof lights, but I would not reduce the number. I don't think it's reasonable.
Okay, Councillor Hodge.
No, I have nothing to say. No.
Oh. Okay, so if everyone's happy, we'll just move to a vote. So the motion is to delegate to permit. Councillor Clark.
For.
Councillor Craig.
For.
Councillor Davis.
For.
Councillor Hodge.
For.
Councillor Hounsell.
For.
Councillor Hughes.
For.
Councillor Jackson.
For.
Councillor McPhee.
For.
Councillor McCabe 4. Councillor Rigby.
4.
4. It's unanimous. Thank you very much. As long as my finger counting was correct. So I'd like to thank members of the public who came to speak on that, and we move on to item 7, 88 The Oval, Southdown, Bath. And can I invite the case officer Dominic Bactrick to present his report, please?
Good afternoon. Can you all hear me?
Yes, thank you, Dominic.
I'll just share my screen. Right, so item 7 is an application for change of use of a dwelling from use class C3 to a 6-bedroom HMO use class C4, and the site is 88 The Oval in Southdown. Before I start, it's worth noting that this application follows an approved application last year for a 5-bedroom HMO, which was assessed to comply with the HMO tests, and it was a delegated approval. So first, we've got site location plan. As you can see, it's on the eastern end of the north side of the sites, north side of the Oval. It's a semi-detached house with previous previous two-storey side extension and a detached garage. This is the site plan showing the available parking provision and shed for the necessary cycle storage, and the garage as well, which will be retained. There's no changes proposed to this. This is the existing available provision. So you've got the existing elevations. This is as per the approved previous HMO application. So on the ground floor side, this was previously an integral garage, but it's been it's in the process of conversion works based on that extant permission. So here's the you got the lounge and then the communal space on the ground floor. An existing first floor layout is 5 bedrooms. It's proposed elevations. Again, no extensions proposed as part of this development. It's for internal conversion works. And on the proposed ground floor, the subdivision to provide 5th and 6th bedrooms on the ground floor and communal space retained. And an additional 4 bedrooms on the first floor, so taking up to 6 bedrooms. There's no image of the sites. Now this is the HMO spatial data. The purple dots that you can see dotted around are existing identified HMOs. The application site is in the centre of the picture. The circle we're focusing on is the upper circle. So that's the 100-metre radius for 88 The Oval. And here you can see the stage 1 test area, and it's well outside of the test area, and also the 50-metre buffer. So as per the previous approval, this application remains in compliance with the HMO tests. Here's some photographs. You've got the front elevation and access, and some pictures of the driveway as well. As you can see, at the time of the site visit, there were some conversion works taking place, given the extant permission. There's further photographs. You can see the existing garage, detached garage to be retained. The officer's recommendation is to permit the application for the reasons given in the report.
Thank you very much. We move to our public speakers on this one. I should have Hannah Cameron McKenna speaking against. Is Hannah there?
Yes, hello.
Hello, Hannah. You have 3 minutes. Off you go.
Thank you very much. So I'm speaking on behalf of a group of residents from the Oval area, including Beech Grove, Cedar Grove and Oak Avenue. Our main concern with this application is around increased traffic and safety issues. Traffic has noticeably increased around the Oval over the past couple of years. People drive quickly and there are not many points to pull in a car to let another car past. Often our road, which is Beech Grove, is blocked and we can't access our house, and finding a space to park on the Oval is really difficult. We are very concerned about the increasing pollution levels and road safety problems for residents, especially children. We're doing hard and valuable work with Moorlands infant and junior schools to encourage more families to walk to school, but something that puts families off is that it's not safe enough. When cars park on the pavement on the Oval, children are forced to walk around the car into the road. The application for this property plans to have 5 cars parked on the driveway, which is totally unrealistic, and we believe those cars will end up being parked on the road. As per the policy ST7, the transport requirements for managing development, point B is there should be no increase in on-street parking in the vicinity of this site, which would affect highway safety and or residential amenity. The property is within a short distance of 2 bus stops, but both bus routes are infrequent, underused, and public transport in Bath is prohibitively expensive. It's not realistic to expect the residents of this property to rely on public transport to get to work. Therefore, we strongly object to this application.
Thank you very much. I now have Jason Glassick, who is the applicant. Jason, I can see you. You have 3 minutes as well.
Hi there. Thank you very much. Thank you to the chair and the councillors for allowing this statement that summarises the key reasons why we believe this application should be approved, and it also addresses the points raised in the objections. Myself and my wife are local owners of the property, and we live locally in Lower Weston. We're committed to the welfare of all occupants and guests and to the neighbours and communities where our properties are located. We're aware of a number of the public objections that have been made on the application. However, none of them seem to be by immediate neighbours, as they do not mention that they will be directly affected by the proposed changes. We were told by a neighbour that the application was posted on a local Facebook group, which resulted in many of the objections that were posted on the same dates of the 20th and 21st of July. I would like to draw the committee's attention to the fact that the property already has consent for a 5-bed HMO granted in May 2019 to the previous owners. The property is a large extended semi-detached house with a detached garage. Internally, there is sufficient floor area to accommodate one further bedroom, as the rooms are well over the minimum HMO space standards. The smallest bedroom is 9.7 square metres and the largest 13.5, whereas the minimum national HMO bedroom requirement is 6.51 for a single occupancy. There's also a large kitchen, living room and a conservatory. The previous approved scheme only had 1 bathroom, whereas this scheme proposes 3 bathrooms between 6 occupants. And externally, there are no extensions or additions proposed. As most of the objections raised are concerns about the proposals to convert the property into an HMO, we believe these are no longer relevant, as all policy requirements and HMO saturation tests have been met for the approved 5-bedroom scheme. The other area mentioned in the public objections are concerns about parking, and I would like to highlight Highways have no objections to the proposals and states there are no adopted parking standards for HMOs, so it's difficult to demonstrate that the addition of 1 bedroom will result in any unacceptable increase in demand for parking or demonstrable harmful impact on local highway conditions. The property has a large tarmac driveway with off-road parking for 4 cars plus 1 parking space in the garage, and also separate storage for 4 bikes. It's located to the northwest corner of the oval, where the plots are significantly larger and houses only on one side of the road, as there's a large green space opposite and 6 on-road parking spaces where there's always parking available. For comparison, an application at 24 The Oval was approved on the 11th of August 2020 for a single-storey side extension on a 4-bed HMO to add an extra bedroom, and this has left only 1 off-street parking space for 5 occupants and no bike store in the conditions. Number 24 is located at the southwest corner of the oval, where there's very limited parking due to the much higher density of housing. So to conclude my statement, the proposals outlined will create a very high quality HMO that will be professionally managed and will not lead to any adverse impacts on surrounding residential amenities or neighbouring occupiers and properties. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jason. Councillor Jess David, as the ward councillor. Jess, are you there?
Hi, yeah, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this application. I'd like to raise the concerns of many residents in the Oval area about the loss of family housing through conversion and extension as HMOs. For those who are not familiar with the area, the Oval is a 1930s housing estate with 3 and 4 bedroom homes. The houses were originally designed with both front and back gardens, and there was a shared round green space in the centre. Whilst this location has passed the 2 tests for HMOs, the community around the Oval and adjoining groves feel the presence of HMOs more than this test suggests. The neighbouring application for number 94 is in proximity to 7 existing HMOs, and this one would be an 8th. Number 88 was granted planning permission as a 5-bedroom HMO in 2019. I'm concerned that a year later, the applicant is seeking to extend to a 6th bedroom. I believe this is an overextension for this property and sets a harmful precedent for the neighbourhood. The 6 residents plus their guests will share only a small kitchen and lounge room, and I would suggest that the space for the 6th bedroom would be better used as shared communal space. Particularly during the coronavirus pandemic, it would be beneficial to have more space and less occupants. Over the years, increasing car ownership has meant that many of the Oval's front gardens have been paved over for parking. However, there's still significant shortage of space, so cars are tightly parked around the outer and inner edges, often half onto the pavement and grass verges. Cars can't pass each other, so there's frequently cars mounting the pavement in order to let other vehicles go past. The number 8 bus also travels around a quarter of the Oval, which causes further congestion. I believe that there is an issue about the number of cars generated by HMOs, which I feel is underrepresented in the current guidance from DCLG. It's simply not fair to compare a converted HMO with 6 bedrooms to a house of equivalent size, given this has no bearing on the space available for parking. I'd like to thank the applicants for providing a site plan. This suggests that there may be room for up to 5 vehicles to park outside the property. However, I think this is very unlikely, as they will need to be very tightly parked and also make use of the small garage. I find it unlikely that residents will use this for parking a car. Many modern cars would not fit, and even if they do use it, access will be blocked by other vehicles on the driveway. So these separate individuals will need to do a lot of manoeuvring and car swapping in order to be able to leave the house when they want to. This is dangerous for other road users, particularly pedestrians and children playing. I think some of the residents and their guests will choose to park on the road, further increasing pressure on on-street parking. And for this reason, I do not believe that this application is in accordance with our sustainable transport policies, in particular ST1 and ST7. I'd like to add that I also raised objections with regard to number 24, the oval, which was referred to earlier on, but that one was not called into committee, unfortunately. So finally, and with reference to policy H2 on HMOs, I feel that this application is incompatible with the character of and amenity of this area, and its extension to 6 bedrooms will significantly harm the amenity of adjoining residents. And so I urge the members of the committee to refuse the extension of this one to 6 bedrooms. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor David. And don't go far, because we'll see you again in a little while. Questions for the officers? I think Councillor Jackson, you're first. Lost track of
Well, thank you. I'm a bit confused with the arguments in this case, because much as we might think that it was a good idea to prioritise family accommodation, we don't actually, as far as I'm aware, have any policy anywhere in the placemaking plan or the core strategy or anything else, nor do we have anything relating to the universities that we could justify objecting to this application, even though we might personally think that family accommodation ought to be retained. We don't have that power. And I can see that actually this location would work very well for Bath Spa students, because you could go up the top to the Creme and then straight down to Newton St Low. So I think the question of the parking of the cars, that is a reasonable issue. But am I also not right in thinking we can't actually condition car use? This is not like when we have an application for a hall of residence and the university may say that they'll make it a condition of tenure that the students don't have cars. This is quite a different situation. I wonder if the officer could just clarify that on the question of policies.
Dom, did you want me to come on? Yeah, I think there's a few things that we just need to clarify with this application. I'm not sure whether it's better to discuss before the debate starts or not. I guess I should probably declare an interest. I think some members know that I actually live about 50 metres from this property, so this is my local community, and I attune as a local resident to the issues around there, but as a member of the committee, I'm not required to make that same declaration as declarations of interest as members are. In terms of the application itself, it has got planning permission for use as an HMO. So similar to the Wellsway one that we looked at earlier, the proposal before us isn't a consideration of the use and the merits for or against the use of the property. It's effectively an application to remove the restrictive condition that was put on a year ago, which limited the occupancy to 5 residents. And the principle, so the question Councillor Jackson just raised about policies, no, we don't have specific policy about retention of a certain housing stock. However, that's not relevant to this application because we're not looking at a change of use. That change has already happened. The consideration is whether the increase above the threshold, above the limit that was put on the previous permission, and I've just had a quick look back at the condition on the 2019 application. It was conditioned to no more than 5 in the interest of residential amenity, so it wasn't conditioned on highway safety grounds. It was purely the amenity grounds. Now I think there's a couple of other points that I might want to come back in on once I've heard the debate, but I think we just need to frame the discussion around what the application is actually applying for.
Councillor Craig.
Thank you. Could we go back to the diagram with all the parking spaces outlined on it, please? Because I have some questions.
Yep.
And I might want to also look at the photos. One had a van in it, I think, photos of the drive. But if we could go to the ground plan first. Yeah, so a few questions. 5 spaces marked out here, including the garage. One of them seems to be overlapping. I suppose there's a general question about how much space does there have to be to justify as a parking space, and do these spaces all qualify? I don't think the one that overlaps can it? But the way that they're sort of crammed into the drive here, and now I'm thinking about the photo with the van in it. I don't see how you could get 2 cars in that top left-hand corner on the picture without, and allow people to get out the doors of the cars. And the garage, I don't know how old the garage is, but the door, garage door, there's a garage, a car door with a person door next to it. But the diagram certainly seems to show that you've got the whole width of the garage. The garage looks very narrow to me to get a modern car into it. But again, I don't know how, if it qualifies on the amount of space that is in there. So I don't know. I'm just looking, maybe we can have some clarification on that. I'm looking at this and thinking actually you could get a maximum of 3 cars on this driveway.
Sure.
And if we could just have a quick look at the photo with the white van. Yeah, so that's that space where you can get 2 cars next to each other. And there seems to be some pathway being built there. So I'm a bit skeptical, but maybe the officer or the highways or something can convince me that I'm worrying unnecessarily. Thank you.
Okay, if I could just comment on the spaces first. Just a bit of clarification, actually. I appreciate it's probably hard to see with the quality of the image, but the spaces aren't actually overlapping. These lines here are actually indicating the dimensions. So that's an arrow saying that the length is 4.8 meters, and then by 2.4 meters. So these are the I believe Darren might be best placed to comment on this, but I believe that's the manual for streets minimum dimensions for spaces. So that's what these rectangles are based on. I appreciate it. It does look optimistic, actually, but I did measure the spaces, and it does add up, and it appears to me that the driveway can accommodate those spaces.
And that allows for opening the car doors, does it? Having them that
it's designed to, yeah. I mean, those minimum dimensions are designed for a car space with some.
And the garage.
With doors. Yes, unfortunately, I don't have the dimensions of the garage, but the again, it does appear to have, given the the lines, it does appear that there would be some flexibility for that. I think for a new garage, if we were looking to provide a new garage for to meet parking standards, I believe the space, I believe the dimensions are 3 meters wide by 6 meters long. Unfortunately, I don't know whether that would meet that those dimensions for a new garage, but nonetheless, it's an existing garage that is available
Yeah, but it's the door to get a car in, which I guess could be changed. But the door to get a car in is much smaller than the garage.
Have you got a picture of the garage?
Fortunately, my photographs aren't great because, as I say, at the time of the site visit, there was some, you've got a skip there, quite a lot of construction work going on.
Yeah, there. See, it's not.
Yeah.
There's a doorway as well as a car doorway.
Ah.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
Okay, is that okay, Sue?
Yeah, yeah. So what we're saying is that we don't know whether the assertion of being able to fit 5 cars on is actually true or not.
So basically, where the van was, 4 cars are proposed.
3, I think.
3, okay.
Well, 2 alongside, and then 1 behind the van, and then 1 in the garage and 1 in front of the garage is what the picture says.
Yeah, doesn't seem very likely.
No.
Can I move on? Councillor Jackson, I called already. Councillor Hodge.
I've got questions about the purpose of the application seeking to overturn a condition, and I just want to understand. So about 1 year ago, Helen Ellison put on a condition restricting it to 5 residents based on similarity to it being a family residence occupied that might be occupied by 5 people. So this putting on of a condition, I would like to understand how this application makes the case for overcoming this condition, how that works in terms of...
Yeah, so that's an important point, because clearly an officer has made that consideration about the impact on the local amenity and all the considerations you make, decided that 5 is what they're going for and put a condition on. But what are we saying now? That it is meaningless? It doesn't matter? Richard?
I think it's a tricky one, because there's relevant legal tests for the use of conditions, and looking at the rationale for the condition, I'm not entirely convinced that it would have met the tests, particularly of reasonableness and necessity, given that the planning application in 2019 was approving the change of use from C3 to C4, which does allow, in ordinary circumstances, the ability to occupy for up to 6. Since that application went through in 2019, we have had appeal decisions on very similar applications where the council's position hasn't been sustained on appeal, which I think has made it, as an officer level, it's certainly made us reconsider our ability to use conditions to restrict these sort of things, because it's been clarified at an appeal level that we can't sustain them. But so Bath has its Article 4 direction, which takes away those C4 rights. If this were not covered by the Article 4 direction, or if it was located elsewhere in the Baines district outside of the city of Bath, we couldn't condition this sort of thing, because it's permitted development anyway to change the use. So I do struggle a little bit with the rationale for putting that condition on, particularly because it was to do with residential amenity. And I think the difficulty, and again coming back to the appeals side of things, we as a council, we've struggled to defend that position where you have only got a material increase in 1 resident over whatever the current level is. Just doesn't add up when it gets to appeal. And I think, like I say, it's made us rethink how we would apply these conditions. So I think there was probably well-intentioned reasons at the time for putting that condition on, but actually looking at it more objectively and in light of appeal decisions that have come through, it's certainly changed the way that we would approach these types of applications. And unfortunately, that nature of planning is sometimes refined by the courts and by the appeals process, and clarification is given on interpretations of policy or applications of conditions. So the fact is that there was a condition put on, and that condition was put on to protect residential amenity. But we've now got to consider that, or they've applied, the applicant has applied to remove that condition, and we've got to consider whether that increase in a single of a single occupancy would be significantly harmful to residential community and parking issues, which is where the debate's been going at the moment.
Okay, Councillor McPhee.
Dominic, I wanted to pursue the point that Councillor David had made, that the kitchen was very small. Could we see the floor plan in the new?
Okay, yeah. You see it?
Which one's the kitchen?
The kitchen is here, run on the front. So it's an open plan. You've got kitchen, a dining area, and living area as well.
Doesn't look that small with the communal area, does it? Okay, thanks very much.
Okay.
Okay. Councillor Hughes.
No, actually, well, largely my question has already been answered because it was to do with the restrictive condition. But I would just add, so the condition wasn't appealed against at the time, so it was at that point it was accepted. Is that right?
That's correct.
Yeah.
Well, not sure that it was accepted, hence this planning application. Well, but, is this a cheaper option than appealing the original? I think it probably is it?
Well, it's just, yeah, I mean, that's the point. I mean, it's not very reassuring for residents to know that what they believe is a condition that's been accepted can easily be appealed against a year later without actually looking at the full application again.
Yeah, and I think it's something I would like to require or pass on to officers, that temptation to put on a condition to maybe placate residents when you're losing a family home to an HMO. We should not be doing that, because it's if appeals are saying we can't uphold it, then it's slightly dishonest to promise residents that we'll restrict the number of occupants when we know full well now that we can't. So I think that's a message to pass on. Is there any further questions to the officer? Any comments or proposals? Does anyone want to move anything?
Sally's offering.
Sorry. Oh, sorry. There we go. Councillor Davis.
Thanks. Yeah, I think we've discussed and seen we're in a position really where I think we cannot turn this officer's recommendation over in any way. So I think we need to go with the officer's recommendation as printed. You've made the point quite clearly, Matt, that we need to think perhaps what conditions are put on and what we can uphold. And so I'm quite happy to move the officer's recommendation as printed in front of us. Thank you.
Do I have a seconder for that?
I'll second.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Councillor Craig, did you want to add anything further?
Yeah, I only just wanted to say it's probably absolutely nothing and it's going nowhere, but I just think the whole parking thing, that there's no way. I know it's only an increase from 5 to 6, but probably the problem was back when it went from a family home of 5 to 5 separate people. They're going to end up not being able to coordinate whose car's parked where. They're not going to fit 5 cars on the drive anyway. Probably be a couple, max 3, and the others will be out on the road, because it's not like a family, and they're not going to be able to say to the teenage son, leave your keys out so we can move your car when we get home. It just doesn't work like that, but that's all.
I think it's a very valid point, Councillor Craig, and are we planning to look at the parking requirements around HMOs as part of the local plan review, Richard?
We are.
Yeah, and also there's a review of the approach to, well, the HMO SPD will be reviewed in due course as well. So I think there's, I mean, just as a general observation, not relevant or well, not related to this particular application, this has brought up some issues that are relevant and pertinent that need to be fed into that process as reforming policy. The challenge we've got at the moment is we have the policy in place as it is, and we have to work within the confines of that policy. And I think the challenge that has come up, particularly in the last year, is trying to resist some of these types of applications or these small increases. The difficulty is it's just not sustaining on appeal, which is sort of catalyst for revising the way that we approach the policy.
Yeah.
So no, there's some good points from this, and I think that needs to be fed back into the policy team.
Yeah, and I think certainly, Darren, from the highways perspective, as Sue was saying, there's no way you can park 3 cars there where that van was. You can't open the door to get out of the car. Can you pass that?
So it's going to be difficult.
Yeah,
yes.
Yeah. Okay, so if you can feed that back, that would be good.
I certainly will. Yes.
Councillor Hodge.
Well, I just had concerns about precedent with the condition, but I've not got any more to say on it actually anymore. Sorry.
I think yes. So we've got a proposal to accept the officer's recommendation, which I reluctantly agree we have to. So anyway, go in reverse order. Councillor Rigby.
Abstain.
Councillor McCabe, reluctantly for. Councillor McPhee.
For.
Councillor Jackson.
For, because some of us don't have cars and won't ever do so. So.
Councillor Hughes.
For.
Councillor Hounsell.
For.
Councillor Hodge.
Abstain.
Councillor Davis.
For.
Councillor Craig.
Abstain.
Councillor Clark.
For.
So I think that's carried with 4 abstentions, is it, Marie?
That's 7 in favour and 3 abstentions.
3 abstentions.
Carried.
Okay, thank you very much. And I hope, who is the speaker? I hope Mr. Glassick continues his fine efforts to look after the health and well-being of his residents. Thank you very much for the public speakers. I think we've got 2 of them back for the next item, 94, the Oval. Have we just seen we've lost Councillor McPhee, is that correct? No, Hal, you're still there. Can I invite Dominic Batrick, who's still here, to present the report on 94, the Oval, please?
Thank you, Chair. So next item, it's 94 the Oval, change of use from C3 dwelling house to HMO. So this one, it's at the eastern end of the Oval, close to the junction with Moorfields Road, as you can see on the location plan and the block plan. Existing layout, it's a 3-bedroom house and proposed to go to a 4-bedroom HMO. Again, you've got the aerial. This time you can see the bus stops for Moorfields Road, which run down clockwise on the Oval. Again, the HMO test. This time we're looking at the lower circle. You've got the stage 1 test here. A few more HMOs dotted around within this 100-metre radius, but still within the 10% threshold. In photographs, you've got the view of the front of the property, again with the bus stops in the foreground. And on the right, you can see the existing access to the property. And the driveway has space for 3 cars. You can see there's 1 car parked in the corner there. You've got a car that's from when I took my photograph, actually the car was slightly forward actually, but you've certainly got space for 2 cars in tandem, plus the car on the side, so 3 parking spaces on this, plus the garage at the back. The officer's recommendation is to permit, as it complies with the tests contained within the HMO SPD.
Thank you, Dominic. And we still have, I believe, Anna Cameron McKenna, speaking on behalf of the local residents.
So again, I'm speaking on behalf of a group of residents. All my previous points on traffic still apply to this application, but I won't repeat them all, but just please bear those in mind. As a group of residents, we're concerned that the successful application of yet another HMO in this area is making it even harder for families to buy homes here. If families cannot afford to live in this area, they're forced to live further away, but still attend schools like Moorlands Infant and Junior School, which is currently undersubscribed. These families then need to drive to school, increasing the traffic at drop-off and pickup. Baines have declared a climate emergency, and it seems problematic to us that new affordable homes are being built on valuable meadowland, land to the rear of Englishcombe Lane, because we are letting affordable homes around the Oval area be turned into HMOs by developers. Another issue is the residents in these HMOs are likely to be short-term residents who are unlikely to contribute to the community. This applies to the owners as well. The Oval is a great area, but it seems to have little attention from the council and needs positive involvement from the community. The Oval Community Group has made significant improvements to both the field and the middle of the houses and continues to positively impact the community, particularly during the months of lockdown when lots of our older residents were shielding. Increasing numbers of HMOs to the area make it difficult to form strong community bonds because of the transient nature of these residents. Therefore, we strongly object to this application. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hannah. And Councillor Jess David again, please.
Okay, thank you. So thanks again for the opportunity to speak on this one. As I said previously, it's good, and I welcome this coming to committee to have the opportunity to raise the concerns of residents in the Moorlands area about the loss of family housing to HMOs. I recognise there is a need for private rented accommodation in Bath, and that this sector contributes to the vibrancy of the city, enabling younger people and students to find rented rooms. However, the council has also committed in the local plan to protect our existing housing stock, and I think the volume of comments that you've received on this and the other HMO application on today's agenda illustrates the level of community concern on this issue. At the last planning committee meeting in August, which I attended to speak on the development of land to the rear of Englishcombe Lane, Bath and North East Somerset Council's head of housing explained that the Moorlands area is a sought after location for family housing. With this in mind, it makes little sense to be converting family homes across the road into HMOs, creating more need. The area has a growing number of HMOs. According to the Baines Register of Licensed HMOs, there are 7 in proximity of number 94, not including the 2 applications discussed here, which will be numbers 8 and 9. There are also several on the surrounding small cul-de-sacs that lead off from the Oval. Cedar Grove, which is close to both of these applications, has 4 HMOs amongst 13 houses, and Ashgrove has 2 amongst 12 houses. So within these individual streets, the number of HMOs is creeping up and we are losing housing stock suitable for families. I echo the comments on this application from the Bath Preservation Trust, which emphasised that the close pedestrian proximity of these homes to schools, and states that a change of use to HMO would not serve the local demand for housing in this area and would result in the loss of suitable family accommodation. I do not believe that this application is in accordance with our sustainable transport policies, in particular ST1, and as stated previously, I do not believe this is in accordance with the wording of policy H2 on HMOs, and I feel that this HMO is incompatible with the character and amenity of the area. So I urge members of the committee to reconsider the issues and refuse this application. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Questions for the officers? I have Councillor Craig.
So I don't really know what question I want to ask really, except can we make this stop, please? It's just so depressing to be sitting here and watching this happen. And anyway, the point that has been made by the objectors about the loss of a family home, and particularly about family homes near to schools, is there anything that we can do? Are there any policies we can call on? I suspect it's going to be a no, but
yes, so we haven't got any policies. Yeah, if we said to you as officers, we'd like to delegate to refuse, are there any policies you can possibly call on to help the committee?
I can come in on, I mean, policy H2 itself, which is the HMO policy in the placemaking plan, the primary consideration is, and you've got to have regard to the SPD, which sets the thresholds around the saturation area. And it makes it clear that if an area is already saturated, then you won't get more HMOs in that. I guess the inevitable consequence of defining those saturation areas is that it pushes the problem to the periphery, which the Oval Moorlands is the periphery of the existing saturation area. The first limb of H2 says that the applications won't be supported if they are within high concentration areas, but you have got 5 other limbs to that policy, which you can have consideration to. The first one being the HMO use is incompatible with the character and amenity of the established adjacent uses. The next one is the HMO use significantly harms the amenity of adjoining residents through loss of privacy, vision or noise intrusion. HMO will create severe transport impacts. The HMO use will results in unacceptable loss of accommodation in locality in terms of mix, size and type. Or the final one is the proposed development prejudice continued commercial uses of ground or lower floors. I mean, looking at H2, I think if you were looking to refuse, you could arguably use H2 subsection 5, which is the HMO use results in unacceptable loss of accommodation in locality in terms of mix, size and type. The caution I would give with that, and again, it comes from lessons learned and experience with the appeals process, is it is a route that we've tried before. Unfortunately, to date, we have lost, the council has lost 100% of its appeals against applications for HMOs outside of the saturation areas. It's an argument that could be made. You could try it again with this, but I think just bear in mind that that is a consideration. I mean, one of the most recent ones where we tried to run this argument was the Third Avenue application, which is just down at the bottom of the road from this site. And yeah, the inspector, in considering that issue, looked at the balance and mix of the area and said that that an HMO in an area that was not incompatible in terms of mix, size, type for the general locality, and they were looking in more general terms about balanced communities where you might have a mix of family housing, elderly residents, unmarried couples, professional working, plus student HMOs. There is a limb there that you can use. I think my only caution is it's something that we've tried before and haven't succeeded with, unfortunately.
So we've declared a climate emergency, and as the councillor pointed out, and Ms McKenna, this is within 10 minutes walking distance of a school, this family home. And if it becomes an HMO, then you have a school that's undersubscribed, and we're pushing families further away when they're more likely to use the car, which has to be against our declaration of a climate emergency. The councils did the work on sustainable transport to schools, and in 2008 produced a draft document, but in that document had the statistics that under 2 kilometres from a school, 85% of pupils will walk to school. Now, but you're saying there's nothing we can do to support that, to support the fact that that's something we want to support.
Do you mean in terms of policy supporting the declaration for climate emergency? Or
yeah, are you saying we haven't got any policies that allow us to say, no, this HMO is too close to a school, we need to preserve family homes around schools?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's an element that is coming through the review of the HMO SPD. At the moment, we have only got the policies within the placemaking plan. And as far as I can see, I mean, ultimately it is for members to determine if the resolution were to overturn the officer recommendation, we would need to have grounds on which to do that framed within a policy sense. And the only policies I can see it's the application of H2, which is the prevalent HMO policy.
Okay, well, I've hogged it enough. Sue, I share your despair. Councillor Hodge.
I was just wondering, after our training, so just the existence of a climate emergency isn't a material consideration. I think you said no. The fact that just the declaration of a climate emergency, we can't use that as a. I think there was some.
Yeah, the declaration itself is not a planning policy, and therefore is not it's not a placemaking plan consideration. So, I mean, unfortunately, I missed most of I was in another training course, so I missed the training with the QC yesterday. But yeah, that was my understanding from what he was saying at the end of the meeting.
Okay, Councillor Rigby.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes, I mean, I share a lot of despair. When I was listening to what you were saying, Rich, though, about policy H2, I think it was the 5th one you mentioned about an HMO as an unacceptable loss of local housing. And I don't want to be in a position where we keep turning these down and we keep getting overturned. But I do want to say that I think it's wrong that these applications are going through. And my understanding is that the moment we start talking about changing the policy, that has got a certain weight. We absolutely haven't got the policy that perhaps we're all aiming for. But as part of the local plan refresh, we are looking at updating the supplementary planning documents. We are looking at this. So I'm guessing we could give some weight to the fact that that's the direction of travel we're going in right now. And as such, I would like to move that unfortunately we overturn the officer's recommendation and we refuse permission for this.
Right, we have a motion. Would anyone like to second that? Wave a hand. Oh, lots of hands. Councillor Craig, I think you happen to be in the middle of my screen. Okay, Richard, do you want to respond?
I think just in terms of the policy, a direction of travel is not itself a policy formation or even policy information. So I do appreciate that there's a desire to change the policy, and that will be fed into the policy process. At the point that we have draft policies, even before they're adopted, you can give limited weight to draft policies when they're coming through. Full weight should be given to the development plan, but you can't give weight to suggestions that have been put forward at this stage in the policy process because it hasn't got to a drafting stage. I think that the difficulty, I mean, again, I can only advise on this, is the application is policy compliant, or is determined to be policy compliant. Ultimately, it would be adjudicated by the appeals again, and I can only advise on our appeals track record. I'm not just saying ours as in the committees, the council as a whole. So this is both delegated decisions and committee decisions. That we haven't won any of these appeals because of the current policy framework. So I think it's just something to bear in mind.
Okay, Councillor Davis.
I was going to say, really, as much as I understand this frustration, I just feel what Richard's just said. I don't think our policies are strong enough at the moment to overturn the officer's recommendation. So I won't be supporting the proposal in front of us.
Councillor Jackson.
Oh, sorry, Richard, go on then.
I just wanted to clarify for the motion. So we've got a motion that is contrary to H2. You need to specify how for us to be able to take that forward as the motion, or to vote on the motion.
I think it was 0.5 in H2, the thing about unacceptable loss of a mix of kinds of property. I forgot the exact words you said, Rich, but that's what.
Okay, so it's policy H2 Lim 5.
Yeah.
In light of our climate emergency declaration and its proximity to a school where we want family. If
Matt, may I say something though, Matt?
Hang on, yeah, I've got a few more before you.
Oh, beg your pardon.
That's all right. Councillor Davis, Councillor Jackson, sorry. Then McPhee, then Hodge, then you.
Yes, I have to say that I think there is no evidence that people will send their children to the nearest school. I mean, I'm the sort of person who, when in the 6 moves that I've done since the children arrived, found the best school in the area and then made sure that I could buy a house in the catchment area. But I think that is rare, very rare. And certainly in my own road, half the children go to the Kilmerston school and not to a Redstock school. So that's the first thing. I think this is a completely false presupposition. Secondly, I'd like to bring to mind the former councillor Will Sandry's study that he did on graduate retention as part of a scrutiny panel. And the thing that emerged was that the reason why the Bath does not retain its students and they go off and get jobs elsewhere is because of the difficulty of finding anywhere affordable to rent. And if we're going to clamp down on HMOs like this, we're going to have an even greater hemorrhage of students who we ought to be retaining to build up the Bath and North East Somerset economy. However, going back to, and I cannot see that we have got substantive enough policies at the moment to refuse this application, except for one thing that has not been mentioned. I don't know how much weight will be given to it. We do have a policy, I thought, of encouraging the universities to accommodate their students on campus. And as a second line, if not on campus, in student halls of residence. So I don't know if you can draw on that, but I'm not going to be voting for this motion that's on the table because I don't think we can defend it in utter appeal. And I don't think it's reasonable either, quite frankly.
Councillor McPhee.
Dominic, could we look at your circles again? Because one of the points Councillor David made is that there are quite a lot of HMOs around there. How far are we away from being saturated here? Could we have a look?
Yeah, I'm just trying to find it now. We are quite close. Unfortunately, I haven't got the reports in front of me, where the report does state the actual figures. I believe it's in the region of 6%. Obviously, if it gets to 10%, it would be refused in principle. You can see that there's
got quite a few there. You can see.
Here, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, all I was thinking, Matt, was that if you were to say we're very close and then, you know, delegate to refuse, as it were, and get them to work it out, and couple that with your going to school nearby and other things, you might be able to put together something that might hold.
Okay. Councillor Clark.
Yeah, sorry, am I? Yeah. I have got a lot of sympathy with a lot of the comments that have been expressed with regard to family homes being lost. However, I do think, and I know everybody's well-meaning, but I do think if we vote against the officer's recommendation, knowing that we're 99% certain to lose an appeal and therefore costs and delays and time and expense, I think, frankly, would be irresponsible. So therefore, I do support the views of Councillor Eleanor Jackson and Councillor Sally Davis, and I'm afraid I will, well, not afraid, I will therefore be supporting the officer's recommendation.
Okay. Councillor Rigby, you still happy to put your motion forward?
Yep.
Okay, so we're moving to a vote then on the motion to overturn the officer's recommendation on that limb of H2, whatever it was, the fifth limb, given our declaration of climate emergency, given the proximity of this property to a school. I don't know whether we can mention the council's own research that suggests 85% of children within less than 2 kilometres from a school will walk, but that work exists. But we'll go to Councillor Clark for the motion. Are you for, against, or abstaining? Councillor Clark.
Yeah, I'm just making sure that I understand the motion. I'm I'm in favour of accepting the officer's recommendation. So I think it means I'm against his
You're
resolution.
against the motion on the table. Yep, that's correct. Councillor Craig.
For.
Councillor Davis.
Against.
Councillor Hodge. Councillor Hounsell.
Against.
Councillor Hughes.
For.
Councillor Jackson.
Against.
Councillor McPhee.
Against.
Councillor McCabe. I'm going to abstain. Councillor Rigby.
For.
Okay, I think that motion is defeated by one vote.
Yeah, Chair, that's 4 in favour, 5 against and 1 abstention, so that's defeated.
Councillor Davis, would you?
Then I'll put the proposal that we accept the office recommendation as printed. Thank you.
And a seconder, Councillor Jackson, will you? Oh, yeah.
Yes, I'll second.
I'll second it. Well, we've got two.
2 seconders. So proposal that we accept accept. I know for some it'll be reluctantly, but we accept the officer's recommendation. Councillor Rigby.
Against.
Councillor McCabe for. Councillor McPhee.
For.
Councillor Jackson.
For.
Councillor Hughes.
Against.
Councillor Hounsell.
Reluctantly for.
Councillor Hodge.
Against.
Councillor Davis.
For.
Councillor Craig.
Against.
Councillor Clark.
For.
Thank you. I think that's carried 6-4, is it, Marie?
Yeah, sorry, that's right. Yeah, 6-4. That's carried.
Right. So that's carried to support the officer's recommendation to permit. Can I make the comment then that the council did the work on most likely distances from school that children will walk. There's already a walking bus in that area, and that as part of our local plan review, part of the review of the HMO strategy, we do look at not losing family homes in close proximity to school. See if there's anything we can do there. Councillor Jackson.
Well, I think this is where we've got a divergence between what is good for Bath and North East Somerset, because in many of our villages there are no pavements. And in fact, it's considered so dangerous to get from one village to another where there's a school that Baines actually provide transport.
Yeah,
I think you need to condition this.
As safe, where there is safe approaches to schools, I think is the. Anyway, we'll leave that to officers to work out. Now, was there a request for a comfort break now before
Yes,
we?
please.
Yes.
Quick one.
Okay, quick comfort break then before we move on to the final items on the agenda.
Matt, I just need to move my laptop downstairs because I've got children coming up for bath time in a second. So I just need to relocate myself in the house.
Okay. All right. See you in a few minutes.
So.
Right then. Okay. So if I had a medal to award for perseverance, I think it has to go to Simon Tabarer, because I noticed that Simon was here right at the beginning, and he is the only public speaker left for this final item, the tree preservation order to the land north of Orchard High Street. Is it Pensford? So I think we're all back, all the rest of us. So if we move on to this item, is Jane there? Yes, Jane's there. So can I invite Case Officer Jane Brewer to present her report, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just going to share my my screen with you. Oh, can you see me? Can you see my screen?
Nope.
Oh, sorry. Okay, let's see what's happened. Right, okay. Right. Can you see it now?
No.
Okay.
Worked well yesterday.
Just bear with me, please. I might have to come back out and go back in again. I'm just coming back to the Zoom meeting and then come back.
We can see you again now.
Okay.
Ah, that's
Right.
better.
Lovely. Thank you very much.
And see your conclusion.
That's not a good start, is it?
Well.
Right. Right. Thank you for your patience. Right, just to introduce this, this item refers to a provisional tree preservation order, which was made on a group of 3 sycamores on land in Pensford. The background to this is that following a change in ownership, a planning application was received to develop the land, which would require the loss of the trees. This initiated an assessment of the trees to determine whether they were important and should be protected. The trees are considered to contribute towards the visual amenity of the area, being located in a prominent location within the village, and they provide a pleasant buffer for the conservation area to the north. I would draw members' attention to the update report in respect to the planning applications. The first application was withdrawn, and the second application has since been refused planning permission on the 8th of September. 2 of the 3 reasons for refusal relate to the loss of trees and green infrastructure, and these are reproduced in full in the update report, which has been provided to you. This is the tree preservation order plan showing the location of the group of 3 trees. They're on elevated land to the east of the village, and the slide shows the busy A37 to the west, which is left of the slide. This is an aerial view highlighting the group within the yellow circle. This sort of indicates the contribution in tree cover provided by the group and how they fit into the wider landscape. This slide is to illustrate the position of the group of trees in relation to the conservation area, which is shown in the green shading just above the red dot. They help provide a gentle delineation between the designated conservation area to the north and the remainder of the village to the south. This is a site photograph taken from the orchard to help illustrate their visual contribution. This site photograph was to show how elevated they are in terms of the view from that site. You can see the viaduct just to the left-hand side of that photograph. This is another photograph I took, which is from the High Street, looking in by the entrance to the orchard. This street view I put in just to illustrate the position of the group in relation to the property known as Edenside, which is south of the trees. It's shown on the right of this picture with some scaffolding up beside it. And also the slide also shows the retaining wall serving Langdale, that's 7 the Orchard, which is on the left-hand side of the picture. The reason for this slide is to provide members with an illustration because both the retaining wall and the location in relation to the road and Edenside are referred to in the objection letter. So this is to show their relationship. This is taken further down along the orchard, and it's to further illustrate the elevated position and how the trees visually contribute towards the local landscape. In summary, consider the trees contribute towards the visual amenity of the locality, and the protection has been supported by local residents and Publo and Pensford Parish Council. I'm asking members to confirm the tree preservation order without modification. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, our public speaker, Simon, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Well done. Now, I understand because Therese, I believe, has left us, and Councillor Paul May has had to leave us as well. So you have Therese's statement, do you, to read out, and I'll be reading out Councillor Paul May's.
Okay, yes, I do have a statement, and thank you for the comments on my stamina as well.
Yes, well done for still being here. It's now 6, so off you go.
Okay, all right, I'll read Therese's first. Thank you for letting me speak in favour of this TPO. The group of trees are important for a number of reasons. Visibility. These mature, healthy trees are highly visible. They create a beautiful green entrance to the conservation area and add significantly to the historic streetscape. The visibility and enjoyment of the trees goes beyond the high street and the orchard. They are visible from many points in the village and provide a visual link to the open fields on the opposite side of the valley that are peppered with mature trees. The conservation area appraisal specifies the trees and orchards are part of the historic landscape of the village. The last remaining orchards in the high street have been built on. The trees in question grow on the edge of that last orchard. They are now the last trees of substance growing in the old village. Impact. The trees contribute greatly to the current conservation area and its ambience. They form a screen and a breakpoint between the conservation area to the north and the modern development south of the high street. Their removal will blur the boundaries between the old and the new to the detriment of the conservation area and its homogeneity. Sorry, I just came across that road because I'm reading some word because I'm reading someone, so hopefully I said that correctly. They have a positive impact on the environment and conservation, providing an environment where bats, slow worms and nesting birds are found. Other species believed to be present are grass snakes and palmate newts. Evidence for this is regularly seen in neighbouring gardens, including Therese's. The village is transected by the busy and polluting A37. The trees are absorbing pollution from that road, and they mitigate some noise. There are no negative impacts to these trees. She's lived opposite them for many years, and there is no sign of peripheral damage to buildings or roads. The TPOs would support the local village plan's environmental policy. The TPOs would support both the County Council and Parish Council's declaration of a climate emergency. Without these TPOs, they will be removed in days. I'll move on to my additional points. So, the trees in the preservation order have never been at risk until a speculative purchase for development was made in April this year. The TPO requires an assessment value of 51. Scoring 73, this is not a marginal score. The scoring does not represent their value in defining the conservation area boundary, the natural masking of new development uphill from the conservation area, and their use by birds and wildlife. Bats regularly fly along the high street, circling the trees for their return back down to their roosts. The TPO is one of 3 factors that have led to the planning application being refused. In excess of 10 objections were made to that planning, with most detailing tree loss as a factor. There have been 3 attempts to remove the trees. Without the protection of the TPO, they will be removed and the years of growth cannot be replaced. These trees should not be removed as a first action. Without this, if any planning application is deemed inappropriate, the damage has already been done to that location and they cannot be restored. This will destroy any environment considered for planning and have great implications on all of our green spaces.
I need to ask you to conclude.
Okay, all right, one more sentence then. I must additionally highlight that I have talked with the residents of the orchard and there is no road, retaining wall or driveway damage caused by these trees. I can provide photographic evidence on that if required. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much, Simon, and for your patience. Now, Paul May is the ward councillor. He had to leave for a medical appointment. I have his statement here. Thank you for allowing me to speak on behalf of the residents in this small rural conservation village about a highly visible, small, undeveloped site with trees under threat by a developer. I start off by confirming my full support for the officer report on your agenda. As the Bain councillor, this issue came to my attention as a result of major and significant local concerns about the developer's plans to remove the trees. I would remind the committee that Pensford is a conservation village entirely covered, washed over by the Greenbelt. The council has recently unanimously declared an ecological emergency, and this prominent site is a valued natural area unsuitable for development. If the trees are removed without any care for the environment, this will seriously harm the visual amenity of the site in the Greenbelt. This is a small village with steeply sloping hills, and this site is one of the few remaining natural areas that are left in the area. The local village neighbourhood development plan will apply for consideration of any future application, but the premature site clearance by the proposed developer before any planning approval had to take into account the visual and ecological impact of this important local site, which is enhanced by trees on the site. I would also confirm that the parish council unanimously supported the TPO and continued to support local residents' concerns. So I speak on behalf of them. And that's the statement I received from Paul May, Councillor Paul May. Any questions to the officer? I've got Councillor Rigby.
Sorry, Chair, mine wasn't a question. I've got something to say when we move to debate.
Okay, was there any questions to the officer, or shall I move to debate? Nobody's waving a question. Oh, Sue! Sue is waving. Sue, Councillor Craig has a question for the officer.
Thank you. I just wanted to absolutely be clear that these trees are perfectly healthy trees. There are no problems with them. There's some assertions about that they might fall on properties and on walls and such like. I just wanted to make sure that they are healthy.
Yes, and there's no obvious problems with them. In fact, the applicants, in relation to the planning application submissions, incorporated an arboricultural report, which actually confirms that there's no indication that any work is required at this time, including felling or any pruning works.
Okay, jolly good. So no further questions. So Councillor Rigby, go for it.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I've got about 20 minutes worth of things. You shouldn't tell me to go for it. I found the photos particularly helpful because I have to say Pensford isn't a village that I know terribly well. And absolutely, although I'd read the reports, I'd not kind of picked up quite how prominent they were and what a difference it would make were they to go, irrespective of whether or not anything else was built on the land afterwards. So for that reason, I'm not going to move anything because I've been moving things already and someone else may want to, but I'm absolutely supportive of the officer's recommendation.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm not a fan of sycamores. They drip a natural herbicide on which favours their own offspring, and I think they're invasive. But even I have to grudgingly accept that the prominence of these trees makes them a really important local feature. Councillor Jackson.
Well, I'm going to move that we accept the officer's recommendation for the reasons stated. I think the photographs say it all. These are absolutely lovely trees. And I think they should be preserved for their aesthetic value, but more importantly, the ecological value of them in this day and age, and the impact on the conservation area. If they were removed, it would lose something, even though they're not actually in the conservation area. And I think we should go with the arguments that the public speakers and the ward councillor and the parish council have come forward with. So I move the officer's recommendation.
Councillor Clark, you're next on the list. Would you like to second?
Yeah, I was second, but I'd also like to make a comment.
Please make a comment.
Yeah, well, it's just that what I would like to ensure is that it's made quite clear that to the developer and anybody else who turns up to destroy those trees, that it is an offence, and I understand somebody can correct me for this, And I think there should be a sign on the land around that, so that if somebody is employed to destroy those trees, they are clearly told that, and hopefully, I think I'm right in saying that it is an offence, and we will prosecute. So in other words, I don't think I just want us to say, let's protect the trees and verbally leave it here. I actually think it should say quite clearly on the site that that's the case, because so often you hear that this happens and then the trees suddenly get felled overnight.
Well, it's remarkable they haven't been felled already, I think. Richard, you wanted to make a comment?
Yeah, I think maybe just to give a bit of reassurance on Councillor Clark's point there, we have had a recent enforcement query about clearance that's been taking place on that site, and one of my team has engaged with the owner and reminded him of his legal obligations with regard to both the site and those trees. So he has had it quite firmly. He's fully aware of the criminal liability that if he does anything to those trees. So a sign wouldn't harm, but yes, we've already given him that sort of warning.
Thank you, Councillor Craig. No, Councillor Hounsell.
Just to say that that site is very open. If you're going to have any criminal charge, if the tree was poisoned, for example, you need witnesses. So everyone who wants to protect those trees must be very vigilant, and any suspicious activity to be brave enough to report it and give evidence. Thank you.
Okay, so if we move to a vote then, we're happy to go in alphabetical order. Councillor Clark. Oh, I'll remind everybody we're supporting the officer's recommendation and everything it says in the to deliver the tree protection orders on these trees. Councillor Clark.
4.
4. Councillor Craig.
4.
Councillor Davis.
4.
Councillor Hodge.
4.
Councillor Hounsell.
4.
Councillor Hughes.
4.
Councillor Jackson.
4.
Councillor McPhee.
4.
Councillor McCabe. 4. Councillor Rigby.
4.
Unanimous. Jolly good. There we go. So hopefully you will take that away. Where's our tree officer? Has she gone already? Oh, Jane, there you go. There, take that away and go and save those trees. And we move on to the next agenda item, which is the proposal to extend the member call-in period, which is our bit of policy development. Can I invite Richard Stott to present the report and outline the recommendations? Did warn you.
Thanks, Chair. Keeping on my toes. Have you all had a chance to read the report? I didn't really want to sort of go through it verbatim, but I sort of wanted to pull out the sort of salient points from it.
I think that's a good idea.
The key considerations and the recommendation. So as you'll see, the recommendation is you've got two choices. There's maintaining the call-in provisions as they currently are, which is the 5-week call-in period, and that's recently been extended from the 4 weeks that it used to be. Or the second proposal is to change the scheme of delegation again to allow member call-in applications up to 2 days after the closure of public comments. And I think the background to the request for this is to allow members to consolidate the thoughts that have come through from residents and members of the public during the consultation process, and then allow a sort of a 2-day period thereafter to be able to form your thoughts to decide whether you want to call it a committee or not. My understanding is that if you wanted to go with proposal 2, the officer recommendation is that we would recommend you stay with the current scheme, and I can highlight some of the reasons for that. But if you felt that you wanted to go to the to change the scheme of delegation, my understanding is that would be a matter for full council. So it would be a deferral to full council with that recommendation. So the report itself, as you'll probably see, goes through some of the pros and cons. I think from an officer perspective, our biggest concerns are things around the potential lack of transparency in the process, and applicants don't have or won't, and also residents won't have a clear date in mind as to when a decision may be made. The current system at the moment, there's a degree of certainty that if no call-in has been made by the cut-off date, the council can then move towards a recommendation, assuming it's going through delegated functions. There's issues around potential transparency on that. And the other difficulty with the transparency side of things is actually being able to advise members every time there's an amendment to a scheme or a reconsultation. It would be a manual process. At the moment, the website automatically updates from the database that we upload all our applications into, and it pulls the relevant dates and calculates the 5 weeks from the dates that are in that database. To move to a different system would then require a manual process where it's reliant on officers having to either remind members individually that there's been a change or there's a new date, and there's issues around if an officer goes on holiday or is absent and when the date passes, and not letting the members know that there's a change has come. From a commercial point of view, there's difficulties around how we sell our planning performance agreement service, which does bring in a reasonable revenue to the council to support the planning services. One of the bases for planning performance agreements is a degree of certainty around process. Now, it doesn't give an applicant a certainty about outcome. That's up to the planning system and the merits of each individual case. But what they look for, what applicants who use the PPA system look for, is the certainty of deadlines. And at the moment, we structure our planning performance agreements on the basis that if they submit an application within or by X date, the consultation will expire within X number of days from that, and the council can then move to either a committee or to a delegated decision at that point. And it just introduces a degree of uncertainty that may have a commercial impact on the council. It's pushing the deadline for determination further down the road, and if we can't secure extensions of time on applications, that's likely to then start hitting our performance targets, which we are monitored on by MHCLG. So the recommendation within the report is to keep the current scheme of delegation in. I think members have just agreed, or the full council has just agreed an extension. It used to be 4 weeks. There's now 5 weeks for the call-in period. What was it? Sorry, I was just scanning through the report. Yeah, sorry, also doing a bit of benchmarking with other councils. I think this is the proposal. I don't know, it depends how far you cast the net for consultation with other authorities. We've looked at the surrounding authorities because that's who we tend to benchmark off, the West of England group. And our proposals are, in Baines, we offer a lot longer for member call-in period. So this would be sort of even further away from what our counterparts in surrounding authorities offer. So I think it's really up to members to, considering what's in the report and the pros and cons that are sort of set out, whether you feel that we should keep the existing system or whether you do want this extra 2 days at the end of the process.
Okay, thank you. So we're going to run this like any other item. So if there's any questions for the officers, or we can move on straight on to debate. So in that case, I can't see anybody waving for a question. So Councillor Jackson and then Councillor Davis.
Well, I mean, I have a lot of sympathy with what the officer's just seen, and given the volume of applications that come in, I can quite see why the existing thing works. But the problem is, we have always made it a principle that we listen very carefully to what the parish councils say. Now, parish councils only meet to discuss planning matters normally once a month. So you can get yourself into a very tight situation if, for example, you've got your parish council planning meeting on the third Monday of the month, and the closing date is probably actually that Monday, or let's say Wednesday for the sake of argument, and you, the ward councillor, want to know what the parish council think before you call it in. This has actually happened to me very recently. One of my sort of heritage problems that's been running for about 10 years finally came in with a planning application. I had some concerns about it, but the parish council think it's absolutely wonderful. I'm not sure if they've communicated that to the officer, but anyway, because of what they decided about 2 days before the close of the deadline, I decided actually, let's go with the parish council. So, you know, it has a practical point of view in a practical advantage in Northeast Somerset. And the other thing is, of course, it sometimes takes a little time for the difficulties with the few very controversial ones that we have to emerge. So I shan't lose any sleep tonight if we don't go with the change, but I do think it would help rural areas of North East Somerset. And it gets even more complicated. Westfield and other parish areas are on the boundary with Mendip, which of course is not in Wecker. And if we're trying to get in an objection to a great big housing estate that's going to be built on the other side of the road from us, it can take a little bit longer. So that's where I'm coming from.
Councillor Davis.
Yeah, mine isn't actually a question. Mine's more like Councillor Jackson's statement. Not all parish councils actually even meet monthly. I have one that meets less than that, so I don't think that's all. But my way of thinking at the moment, we've only just gone to the 5-week change, and I'd like to see the impact of that before we change again. And councillors, I can always put in a request that they're minded to draw something to committee or whatever it may be, and then when they find perhaps more information, you could actually withdraw that request that it goes. So I actually feel that I'd like to see the impact of the change initially to go to that we've just taken on to see 5 weeks. And then if that isn't sufficient, because I think, and I'm a person who tends to keep to deadlines, whatever deadline you set somebody will always want to go another 24 hours or whatever it may be on a bit. So it doesn't actually matter. Some people always stick to it. Some people work right to the deadline and hand in at the last minute. Some will be more organized and get it in time, and some always just miss the deadline. And I would like to see the 5-week system trial a bit longer yet, because it hasn't had time to, it's not long been to council. And then if perhaps that's not working, we come back and look again. But to my way of thinking, there are ways that we can actually ask for something to come to committee, and you can always say, no, I no longer wish that to go to committee or whatever it may be, or because that's an option that we've got there, and officers will listen to us and talk to us. And as I say, some parish councils, and some of you don't even have parish councils, you have to do it from what your residents tell you and groups around. But those who've got parish councils, some of us, one of mine meets about 4 times a year. So if I had to go on that, we'd have quite a long waiting time, I think. And we need to be sure that we are keeping into you know, well performing and seen as transparent. So I'm in favour of what was on there as proposal 1, which is to retain it. But I'll wait and see what other people say.
Okay, it'll be interesting to hear what Bath councillors think. Councillor Hodge.
I'd really like the proposal to come to the council, you know, to the council to consider, and I wonder whether we could maybe try it for a period of time, 6 to 12 months, and see how we find it. But what I thought was very interesting, actually, and wasn't what I was expecting, was Appendix 2. The majority of agents, 4 out of, well, just 4 out of 7, but they did write a lot about it. I think this is a logical and a very good idea. I think this is a very good idea. And the point about transparency, I think this process has the potential to be much more transparent. You can, I think the current process doesn't work well, and it isn't really very visible to our residents. I frequently get someone phone up. It's always the week that the consultation is going to come to an end. They've heard from church that they, or a colleague friend, that the councillor might be able to be involved. Could we support their concerns? You scrabble around with your emails trying to guess which development management email number that this application falls on, and then to see whether you've got time to call it to committee. And quite often I found certainly it is coming too late. I think that the potential for the new process to be much more transparent, you just open the portal and there it is. The date is already there for the end of comments, and you know you've got 48 hours longer than that. It's a very easy process to explain to residents and to yourselves. We have 48 hours more than you do to refer it to the committee. I also think the point that it will create more work, I think, and some of the agents have said this as well, there's often late revisions. You can take all those revisions into consideration and then you may not decide to refer something. I also think the number of referrals that will fall into this category, because many of us see an advantage in referring as early as we can, to bringing to the officers attention that we are going to refer something to committee. So I think the number that come 48 hours after the comments maybe not as huge as you think, but I think it is a better process to be able to take all the comments on board. And finally, I think the most important thing is that we won't miss. This system means it's really unlikely to miss an important application. So, you know, the fact that you would get to 48 hours after the comments about something that is important, very unlikely to happen. So those cases that are slipped through the net will be much more unlikely. And finally, the point about more coming to committee, I mean, that's the chair's decision, and he may receive more applications coming to him, but he regulates how many come to committee. So I would really like to see it come before all our colleagues on the council.
Thank you, Councillor Rigby.
I mean, Councillor Hodges more or less said everything I was going to say. I'll just pick up on a point that Councillor Davis made. I don't want to be the councillor who sort of looks at things and says, because we don't have parishes, oh, well, it might be controversial, it might not. I will just refer practically everything and then withdraw it later, because I think that would be the temptation. Well, it is the temptation, rather than think, let's wait and see what lots of the comments say. And let's talk to the Residents' Association if there is a Residents' Association nearby. And to Councillor Hodges' point, I think, I mean, this 5-week thing only went in, I think, I don't quite know why that went to council. And you're right, it hasn't had a long time to bed in, but I don't think it is the right thing to do. I think the proposal to have the 48 hours, or up to 48 hours, I think it says, afterwards is the right proposal. But absolutely, to Rich's point, if we do that and we find that we stop determining things as quickly as we have been doing, if we find that it's actually having an impact on our efficiency and effectiveness on which we're measured, then we have a relook. But I think give it 12 months and see if it works would be my vote.
Okay, Rich, sorry, you wanted to add something?
There was just something I was just rescanning the report because I can't remember if it's in here, but I'm not sure if I'm presenting the item, whether I can come back in and mention something at this stage. I'm not sure the format of this because it's not a conventional planning application.
You've had your chance. No, go on.
I think just on this point, and it was just listening to the comments about that we've only just moved to this sort of 5-week process, and also previously residents might not get, like Councillor Hodge said, it might be that at a church meeting or a social group, someone raises an issue with something that they've come across. Under the statutory consultation period is 21 days. So the 4-week period that was previously, in effect, allowed you 7 days from the end of that consultation period for those residents to then contact members to make the call in. By adding an extra week on that, there are 2 weeks additional to the statutory consultation cut-off. So when we consult residents at the moment, they get the statutory requirement, which is the 21 days from date of publication. Now, those dates won't necessarily gel with when you get the weekly list. And I think that was part of the problem with the old 4-week system, is sometimes if something was received on the Friday, if it was received on the Tuesday and you'd had the weekly list on the Monday, you wouldn't know about that application until the following Monday, which would limit your time for calling very closely aligned to the statutory consultation period, which the current system of moving to 5 weeks has done away with. but we haven't yet that hasn't really bedded in yet, the 5-week system, because it's only really just come into play. So it was just clarifying that there's the statutory consultation period and the member call-in period they've diverged slightly in terms of their deadlines.
I mean, one of our options would be maybe to defer this for 6 months to see how the 5-week thing goes. Just throwing that in there. Councillor Hansel.
Yes, the council does have a 6-month rule. We've not long, the council's not long agreed on 5 weeks. I would think under the constitution we have to wait some time before proposing, something different. I'm a great believer in simplicity in systems, and the 5 weeks works fine for me. I am very fortunate. Salford Parish Council has meetings that fit in with the planning cycle very well. So I'm alerted to controversial applications very quickly. The parish councils that don't meet so often, they're obviously smaller villages. They don't have so many planning applications, but the 5 weeks work well for me. It is straightforward. I understand what the others are saying. It's different in Bath. I think that not enough time has been given for the 5 weeks to be assessed. And I would think because of the constitution, we have to wait anyway to propose a motion. I'm certainly happy for the council to look at this again. I just think we need to wait a while before we ask the council to do that.
Councillor Jackson.
Well, I'm rather inclined to agree with that because we don't really have enough experience of how 5 weeks are going to work. But of course, I'm also very mindful of the elephant in the room, that if the government gets its wicked way on these 3 consultations that are out at the moment, we will become completely irrelevant anyway, and parish councils will lose all possibility of having any say. So yeah, I think I would agree with the proposition that we let the 5 weeks run for 6 months, and then perhaps the officers could bring this paper back again. But of course, as I said, we may have been abolished by then anyway.
I'll just go through the rest of the questions, but Simon, I don't know if you can clarify the constitutional position when we've got through there. Councillor Hughes.
Sorry, yeah. So I mean, I quite like the sound of this new proposal. I mean, I'm a relatively new councillor compared to the majority of you, and my experiences are quite limited. But it seems to me that the full picture of what is or isn't going to be a controversial application quite often is at the 11th hour. So, and I would also point out that having had my fingers burnt on the gas generator, which,
tell me about it.
That one had 55 objections, and as a new councillor, I didn't receive any correspondence on that. So it's sometimes we're behind, we're lagging behind the momentum of what's going on with a particular application. And in fact, I would go one step further and say that if an application attracts more than a certain number of objections, the ward councillor should automatically be notified. But that's my observations anyway.
Councillor Hodge.
Sorry, I couldn't find my mute. I just wanted to say I'm not really sure that the five weeks was actually, it just came about. It wasn't something we approved as a group. It was just a kind of stopgap to it was a stopgap until we came to this decision, and I don't think it's I think this is a really a reform of a process that is okay, but could be so much better, is what I would say, and so much more transparent. You click open the portal, everybody, I mean, it's not, and I think it's not about councillors not being diligent and looking at their lists. It's it's even difficult to explain to people how it works. I go back and I try and find the application on my weekly list, and it's I think for residents it would be much more transparent to know that that's how we're working, and so I would still like to push for this.
Okay, I mean, I think my preferred thing would be to carry on with the 5-week thing for another 6 months and bring this back in for the April committee. But I do recognise that where a parish council or a town council disagree with an officer, that is automatically goes into the system of delegation, whether the ward councillor has said anything or not. So Bath councillors do not have that luxury. So I'm listening to you guys quite strongly here. So I'd like, it'd be nice to agree a way forward. Putting it, if we put it to the full council, I mean, it may be that I don't know what the constitutional thing says, but it may be that we still have to wait that period of time before it's enacted. Simon, is that?
Only the full council can change the scheme of delegation. So, and obviously there's a lead-in time to get reports to the full council. I mean, other than that, I think if you were successful in persuading full council to change the scheme in some way, then I can't think of any reason why it couldn't come in straight away. I think the 5-week change did, in fact.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So, more comments, Amanda? Do you want to propose something or?
No, I just wanted to make a couple of comments. I see where Duncan's coming from, but if you recall, we made it very clear that we said that if this did go to council with the 5 weeks, that was not going to preclude us from bringing the thing that we really wanted to bring, if that's what we decide before the 6-month period, and we had that confirmed to us. So there's not a problem with taking it back. If we, here's me in my compromising kind of thought process, I'm very keen that we try the 48 hours after the consultation. If people feel that the 5-week thing hasn't had time to bed in and they want to give that more of a go, would it be possible on the actual application to have a bit of information that tells you what weekly list that application is on? Because the issue you get is something comes to you and you go, well, I know I've seen it and it was on a weekly list and I've sent it out to some residents to say, have you seen this? What do you think? And you've come back to me and now I have no idea which weekly list it's on. So I have no idea what my deadline is for calling this into committee. So if we were to try the 5 weeks for longer, could we as an absolute minimum know which weekly list each application was on?
Yes, I think the uniform database that all of the applications are loaded into has the weekly, so every application will be listed within that database as which weekly list it's gone on. So as a manual request, if a councillor were to phone up an officer and say, could you just clarify which list it was on, we can clarify the list number. I don't know if there's any way of changing the public website to pull from that information to say which list it's on. I'd have to speak to our IT guys about that, because that's where you get the synergy between the database and the public website. And I think there is a bit in the report about some of the difficulties around manual input. A lot of these processes to sort of change the date as it goes along is going to be a manual input, which on a sort of 1 or 2 cases might be okay, but when we're dealing with thousands of cases a year, it becomes quite an onerous task. And also there's the danger that if you set that up as a system and someone forgets to do it, there's then a process criticism can be levied at the council, not just at the officers, but it's gone against our sort of due process, so it can create a problem. I can certainly look at the IT side of things. I don't think that was something we necessarily looked at when looking at this report. But yeah.
Because sorry, may I come back, Chair? That's got to be a better way of doing it than all of us as individuals phoning up at officers to say, can you tell me what weekly report this is on? That's got to be an inefficient process.
When the deadline.
Automation would definitely be better.
Councillor Craig.
So I just want to say, as a Bath councillor, I would support proposal 2. I would like to see us try the extra 48 hours.
Councillor Jackson.
I think if we're going to make this change, we should make it in the context of a thoroughgoing review of the issues of transparency and information. I mean, the system of tying a piece of A4 to a lamppost, which is quite often the wrong lamppost anyway, is hopelessly 19th century. I know there's a national app available that will alert you to any planning application that's coming up in your area. Could we not could Baines not perhaps investigate a bit to having an app that would alert any ordinary member of the public who cared to subscribe to it that there's a planning application coming up in their area, and attach to that an alert to councillors that something's coming up in their ward? Or of course the councillor could use a public one.
Well, you're supposed to, I mean, we have the opportunity to sign up to part of the list, don't we, that affects us. Although I was told in a parish council meeting that the person responsible for planning and the clerk are no longer getting notifications. So that's not very reassuring. We've also, Duncan suggesting we could take the decision, we could take the paper to the council, the report to the council, but with no recommendation from the committee. Councillor Hodge. Did you want to add anything? You're already unmuted.
I was thinking that that might be a good idea, but I just know there was a lot of, actually I'm reflecting that it might not be. I don't know. I know the Lib Dem group of councillors were very supportive of this.
Yeah.
As a group, were supportive of this change on the transparency and simplicity reasons. But it's
well.
Yeah, I don't know.
What about we send this to full council with the recommendation for number 2, but it's trialled for a year? Is that a motion that, so we're not absolutely committing ourselves to option number 2, but we're suggesting that option number 2 might be the committee, option number 2 trialled for a year might be the committee's preferred thing, and then we can all consider, we can look at the officers' concerns in a year's time to see if it is actually causing problems, knowing that we can revert to 5 weeks.
Chair, that's a very compound motion, because we might be in favour of taking it to the council, but not necessarily in favour of taking it to the council with a recommendation and the other things that you said. So if you can split it up, we can have a vote, but there's too much in that motion to vote on.
Can I just clarify the motion for the committee, because there is a recommendation to either, I think Councillor Hounsell, you clarified in my head a confusion that I've got potentially around how the motion is going here.
Okay, so you've got 2 motions on there.
Today.
You've got 2 motions, 1 or 2.
Yeah.
So we should just go for 1 or 2. Shall I should we do a show of hands for 1? Show of hands for 1. Got 1 hand up. Show of hands for 2.
Oh, Councillor Hounsell, I think, is trying to speak.
Yeah, so what are we voting on?
So I'm just seeing where everybody lies, and there's clearly a majority support option number 2. So if I make the motion that we support option number 2, would anybody like to second that? Councillor Hodge will second that. So the motion before us is to support recommendation number 2. Those in favour? Show of hands. So Councillor McCabe, Councillor Craig, Councillor Hodge, Councillor Rigby, Councillor Hughes, Councillor Jackson. Those against? Those abstaining? 2 abstentions. So the motion to support option number 2 is carried. So it goes to full council with the committee's recommendation that we support option number 2. And the council can then make its own mind up whether it wants to trial it for 12 months following, because obviously, Richard, you will need to present the report with the committee's recommendation to full council. So the council can still turn around and say, well, we'll trial it for a year to see if it works. But we now know what the committee's recommendation is. Okay. Poof. Policy development, that was policy development. Appeals report, you're asked to note the appeals report. Were there any questions on the appeals report? Okay, moving on, number 10. This is a motion we need to exclude the public and the press in order to hear this. I need someone to propose that please. Is that Councillor Jackson?
Yes, I'll propose it.
And a seconder, Councillor Rigby. So can we just make sure that we're no longer broadcasting on YouTube and that all members of the public have been excluded?